Okay. Hello. We are doing the thing. Make sure that's all running there. Turn that volume up. Battery saver off. Cool. Sick. We are running. Okay, let's pop over into this. Go ahead and get into VR mode. Make sure that still looks good for everybody. And I think that should be fine. We'll see. Alright, this is where we want to go. But we don't have the range. Okay, let's see. I wanted the 206. Haven't done the 206 in a while. I enjoy the way it flies. It's easy just to kind of lean into it. But it's not fast. 225 is broken. That sucks. Yo, what's up, Mr. King? Good to see you. I'm thinking we're flying the 206 L3 today. We're looking like maybe a 3-hour run, 3.5-hour run. One fuel stop. Any suggestions on helicopters to fly? Just so y'all can see what our path today is going to be. We're going to be starting over here in Rahim Yar Khan in Pakistan. And we're actually going to be crossing into Iran over here at Konarak. So regardless, we're going to have to do a fuel stop somewhere. I think I've got more range than that, but yeah. Haven't done the 130 in a while, but it's nothing special. Did the Black Hawk recently, so I don't want to do that. Could do a Huey. Don't know what the range is on this one, so I don't want to get too deep into that. I figure we'll do the Black Hawk for the next stream, which will end up crossing the strait. So I feel like that would be appropriate then. Maybe the OH-6, since we're still kind of getting into Iran. Or we could do the 500E. I wonder what the range is with the OH-6. Let me pop that real quick. And we'll see. Pathetic day hunting for helicopters, but you're editing some videos. Ooh, not be ready for. Nice. Ooh, do we do low skid? Have I ever flown a low skid model? The little bird. Range 290. Fuel and payload 400 pounds. Not much. Yeah, it's kind of a weird weather day today. It was a decent day, but... no, did you see the 44? There was a 44 just doing laps over at the... over at our near Speedway today. Okay, cool. So we could do this. And what we could do would be hop here for a stop. And that would probably give us enough range to also get down to here for a stop, then follow the coast all the way down to there. What do you think? Old school OH-6? Little bird? Yeah, old little bird. Old lady bird. A lot of nothing there. Gonna be... Would it be worth it to... I mean, I think we're gonna have to come down here anyways to Daru West to steal some fuel. Unless one of these heli pads out here. And I think I would rather hug the coast rather than coming up north near whatever the desert is up here. Just because it looks more exciting. You did cancel. So yeah, there's a 44, not one of the tier 1 44s, but there was a 44 that was running laps near near Speedway today, kind of at the racetrack there. I'm going to add that one there just because I don't know if this one's going to be in the fuel range from that second stop. But I think we should be fine there. Oh no, it's going to get rid of all my stuff. Oh no, it kept it. That's nice. Anything else I need? I think we're good. So I've never done the low skid OH6, even flying by myself. All week's been weird weather. Monday, CSG, some diversions. That's good for them a little bit. I would be like, oh yeah, good for them. They got business from the diversions. But I mean, good for them. They got business from the diversions. Okay, let's do this. Good to go here. That's down. Gov on. And apparently there were some updates. Sim Update 5 has come out, so there are some different things. I hopped in to try to fly the 225 to see if it got fixed. It wasn't. Which sucks. But like, I couldn't, because it has a tail rotor lock, and the tail rotor's way up there. And they limited what my laser pointer distance is, so I literally had to stand wearing my VR headset to do this, so I couldn't do it while I was sat down. It was so annoying. Okay, I don't think I have any more things. I'm going to take this off. It's cool, but it's unnecessary. So I can Shift C, hop in. No, give me that. I don't want the doors on because I want some sort of semblance of, noise. Wire cutters are good. Don't care for the mirror. Bear paws, Okay, cool. Get myself situated. That's right next to my head, but I'm sure that's kind of what it's like anyways. Okay, cool. Things there. That works. That works. Okay, cool. Battery. Nope, not external. On. Generator off right now. Fuel pump on. Anti-collision lights on. Map. Go on top fuel in case something didn't carry over with that. Chip, doop, 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 doop. Pitot heat will go on eventually. IFF, don't need to worry about that. Okay, cool. I want to press the starter button on my cyclic and see if that works it. Okay, I gotta hold it. Waiting to see 15%. Light that bad boy off. I don't know why the TOT went that hot. Okay, we have a good start. Generator can go on. Cool. I guess we have rotor speed there now. Pitot heat can go on. Position lights might as well. IFF. Sure, might as well. See, everything looks good. Sick. Let's get rid of that. Am I not in my thought it would be darker. And also I do want the iPad up. Just punch the camera, sorry guys. It's water. Make sure I have enough volume to hear things. Cool. Okay guys, welcome to episode 61. Let's get to it. So our heading's going to be like a 250 or so. And if you don't recall, this is where we landed in the last episode. We were feet from our landing spot. And we were flying with Mr. Austin Stewart. And he did figure out why we were not visible to him. It's because he had seeing other traffic turned off in his visual settings. Okay, of course, we're managing torque pretty well. We're only doing like 45% there, getting off the ground. No big deal. And good to go. Settle in. We got a longer one today. And that is showing my points there. Sick. Love that. That's better. I can actually see that now. Okay, cool. Hope everybody's been good. We're back in it. We're back flying. If you guys see anything wrong with my camera settings or microphone settings, please let me know. But we're in it. Also, I've told somebody I will text them when I'm flying, so I now have to text them when I'm flying. What's our heading here? Cool. Just about splitting that. Oh, where was I flying earlier? I was flying... So, for those of you who don't know, I was in the Boy Scouts, and I made the rank of Eagle Scout back in 07. And one of the things I did was the High Adventure Base. I did two, actually. I did the Northern Tier Canoe Base up in North Minnesota and Canada, and then I did the Philmont Scout Ranch, which was out in New Mexico, Cimarron. And for some reason, I don't know what made me think about it the other day, but it was like, hey, I should really go fly the Philmont area just to like run a rescue mission up to Mount Baldy, which is one of the mountains I summited. It's like 14,241 feet, I think. About the same as Pikes Peak, except you walk. We're going very slow. We're going to want to speed that up. So yeah, I went and summited Baldy, and it was beyond the in-ground effect hover for the SA-341 that I was flying. Or there was a glitch at the top of the mountain. Either way, I had to wiggle a whole bunch to get the helicopter pointing downhill and then skid myself forward to get enough airspeed to get up. Then I had to do that on the upwind side of the mountain. And, yeah, that was funny. And then I went and did a Tooth of Time, which is like this big cliff face that's there. And I landed on that, and then I'm sure anybody who's on socials that have seen any sort of helicopter video that's gone viral, there's one of an SA-341, so the turbine helicopter that kind of looks like a ladder with a bubble on the front, where he kind of lands up, does something, and like does a pickup, reverse, rotation thing away from it, snowy area, and the caption's like, "This pilot's way too confident with his helicopter," or something like that. I did one of those peeling off the cliff there. And when I was flying through, later nearby, or actually I did it first, like going from the airport to the mountain, found myself a pterodactyl at like 700 feet above ground level, just out of nowhere. So that was interesting. Figure USA should be pretty well covered as far as photogrammetry and all that stuff, so it was weird to run into something where nothing was. Also, I'm pretty sure this is broken. Let me see what this says real quick. This is way low. I have like 700 or 800 hours in 2024 alone. Hey, look, we've flown around the world 2 times. But yeah, this number is off. It has to be. There's no way. No way. Anyways. So I don't know if there's something that reset. Oh, great, thanks. Jacob and Valeska have been notified of streaming. Also, since there's no work now, being that my show's over, like I said last time, I had a few busy things I needed to take care of the past couple of weeks or whatever. But now that most of that is over and done with, I have the ability to be a lot more consistent with streaming and with posting videos. Yo, Jake, Mr. Zorp, what's going on? Good to see you in here. I know you said one time to text you whenever I was, so I texted you. Yeah, new camera angle. Hello, look, I'm even wearing a flight suit. It's all snazzy. I know my controller's been disconnected. Can you guys see that? That's annoying. Okay, there we go. Present. I know my controller's been disconnected. Piss off. Like, it's a VR controller. I'm not holding it the entire time. Oh well, we're flying with that notification now. And also, I think it told me like my left battery was low, which I never use the left hand, so, well, whatever. Anyways, for those of you who just got in here today, we're going from Pakistan down here. I'm going to do gas there and gas at one of these two. That messed up. And then all the way down here, and that should put us inside Iranian territory. That's the goal. I'm going to go in and put a direct to on this one. .157, not bad. The mouse out of y'all's screen. Sick. yeah, we will be landing in Iran. And then the next episode, which I'd like to do tomorrow night, we'll do it in a Black Hawk. And we'll go up the coast of Iran a little bit, jump over the strait, and get over into Saudi territory. I feel like that's appropriate, and today I feel like Little Bird is appropriate for soft entry into Iranian airspace. Losing speed because I'm not asking for it. We're going to ask for it, though. I want that speed. That's one thing. These little helicopters, they've got a good power to weight ratio. They're fun little things, but they're not like top speed cruising fast. Like the 206 more easily sits at 100 and whatever, 120 airspeed cruising. Like that's not that big of a deal. For this thing, 120 airspeed cruising, I mean, you were tilted into it. I'm already near existing in the yellow zone for my turbine outlet temperatures. Which, look, I'd rather not be, but that's just kind of part of it. Yeah, so what's new with everybody? I know old Thorpe's been fighting the mid-country tornadoes for the past week and a half. I think we're about to start getting rain here in the next few minutes. So that's something I need to concern myself with. So with that said, I don't think we're getting storms here, but there's a possibility of stream interruption because I am on Starlink. Let's see, is this a road over here I can follow? That sounds more exciting. I'll risk a bird strike to follow a road. That's right, because they're doing those from Benning full time now, right? They're not doing those from CSG. Animals, moo! Boy, this is not exactly a road, is it? It's something. That's for sure. Cool thing is I'm not seeing any changes in my turbine outlet temperature going up anymore. And if you're wondering, I'm looking at this here. Of course, green's better. Don't want to be up here, but it threw me up there during start, even though I didn't have fuel introduced. So maybe that's just bad programming on Taug's part. But I know they're pretty picky with their helicopter. They are the Huey. Doing over here, I'm hoping for a car to pop up so we can follow a car or something. But yeah, if I can live a higher torque, I want to keep torque there just below the yellow and like a max continuous. Try to keep our speed up as much as we can because I'd much prefer to go as quick as we can. Flying around the world is fun. Flying around the world longer than necessary are practical, not as much fun. You know? If I could mod in anti-aircraft. I did download DCS per the suggestion of the guy who flew with us last episode. And I have, the only thing I have in DCS is the Black Hawk. And which I'm sure, Sean, what's up? Something cats. Get away from Berlin and her brush. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Look, laser pointer. But yeah, so like I had never downloaded DCS at first because my initial what I want to do, my investment, whatever you'd like to call it, of the simulator rig and everything was strictly as a practice for the real thing sort of thing. And DCS, for those of you who don't know, it's a digital combat simulator. So it's Blackhawks, it's Cobras, it's Apaches, it's Chinooks, it's Little Birds. So I didn't get it because I'm thinking like, cool, there's no way I'm ever going to fly any of those realistically. Of course, Little Bird, the MD series, the Blackhawk, those are possibilities of happening in the real life. Chinook, kind of. But I wanted to keep it very civilian helicopter friendly because I'm going to fly civilian helicopters and I would like to be practiced with situations and scenarios with the things I'd most likely be flying. So it's pretty much just Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 and 2024 when it came out. But now that I'm licensed, I was thinking like, hey, cool, DCS is free. Wouldn't hurt to download DCS. Oh yeah, dreaming bigger is definitely happening. As I'm making more friends and more contacts. Whoa, there's power lines out here. I didn't know they were allowed power in Pakistan. Wild. Learn something new every day. Also, those of you who are curious, like, cool, how do you fly over power lines? You fly over the towers. Because even if you see all the main lines between them, there's a very high chance of there being a much thinner high tension line that would be a very, very top line that goes between them, which would have a lot less sag, a lot less droop, and they're a lot harder to see. So if you're flying in between the poles and lower, you have a higher chance of hitting the high tension line. So they tell you to fly over the towers because if the tower's under you, then there's not going to be anything else, you know, surprising you. But yeah, when I get commercial, I've been soft offered an opportunity to fly second in command in a Blackhawk that does firefighting and utility work and stuff like that. I don't know how well that offer will still stand in a year or 2 years once I get commercial, because that also all comes down to relevant time in the seat, if he's doing other stuff, etc., etc. And also it's a lot of SIC seats. They kind of just exist as SIC. Even though they're getting a lot of experience in there, the pilot in command's really doing everything. And the SIC's there just when they're leaned out of the bubble window and not paying attention to everything. They're sitting there calling out torques and limits and temperatures in case anything gets out of hand, or in case anything's overweighted, or, you know, what have you. So not a lot of SICs are progressing past being an SIC until they leave to go to another company. And a lot of companies want you to have hours as PIC, or pilot in command. So it's a win because you're doing cool big boy job, and if you play your cards right, you can probably get some level of training. And preferably, here's the preferably, if you're in something like a Black Hawk or an S-61 or a Chinook or something like that where an SIC is necessary because the helicopter itself is over a certain weight, which means you have to have a type rating, and it's a 2-pilot vehicle. Usually it's just the excuse me. Usually just one of the people in the helicopter need that type rating. So if you're flying the Black Hawk, one person has to be rated, one person can be just a standard private pilot or commercial pilot if you're flying for money. They don't both have to be rated, but one person has to be. So obviously the person who would be being the PIC, being in charge, the guy that's soft offered me the gig, he would be the PIC, obviously. Plus he has thousands of hours of vertical reference or long line stuff. He pulls lines through power cables, he does firefighting, all the above. Badass. But as an SIC, some companies don't want to invest the time into you getting type rated because then you don't have the hours to be, or potentially you don't have the hours to be, what is that over there? To be a PIC with them. Maybe their PIC rule is you need 1,500 hours of helicopter, 1,000 hours being PIC, and the type rating to be one of their PICs. It's like, cool, if I only have 1,000 hours and 800 of them are SIC, then I'm only useful to them as an SIC. So, not bueno. I didn't see the wrongful death suit with Biffle, but I did see them talking about the warrants for, was it Aaron Floyd? Aaron Floyd? It was a first name with 2 letters that were the same and a last name with 2 letters. So I think F-L-L-O-Y-D, F-L-O-O-Y. I think, or D-D, maybe? Either way, I saw that one where it was this guy and his wife were friends or acquaintances of Biffle, and then she or he or something broke into the Biffle house, stole a whole bunch of stuff, cash checks and Venmos and stuff like that from the family's accounts to them, and now they're on the run, apparently. I saw that, but I had not seen the wrongful death thing. And honestly, at that point, if somebody's doing that, I mean, one, it's a disgrace that they're doing that. But the big thing is, Greg's not around to fight it. And Greg's family, our immediate family, was obviously there in the plane with him. So none of them are there to fight it. Anybody who is left that has skin in the game is obviously a more distant relative of some sort. So for somebody to be suing for that, they say, okay, cool, this distant relative's not going to have any sort of like super heavy, not involvement, but like attachment. Like obviously if you're like his most direct cousin or something that was in the will, so you're the inheritance of the Biffle fortune, Pilot's family is suing the Biffle estate for wrongful death, owner maintenance negligence. Well, the Biffle estate can sue the pilot. And it's like, hey, yeah, shit breaks in airplanes. The fact that the pilot was the PIC there, and he made the choice to fly after doing his pre-flight and seeing anything that was wrong, he should have known, and he should have said, no, this flight's not going to happen. And then on top of that also, so that pilot, from what I understand, the person who was PIC, and also from what I'm seeing, it was the guy and his son were flying where Biffle and his family were in the back. Anyways, he was not type rated for that plane. He did not have the appropriate ratings for that plane. With what was going wrong with it, it was more than capable of being landed safely by whoever was flying if they knew what they were doing and they weren't trying to hide the fact that they were flying a plane that was something wrong. You'll notice there was no mayday calls, there was no emergency calls, there was nothing, just like, hey, we've got something, we're turning back to the airport, left downwind. Like, that was like their only thing. Don't worry, Matt, when we fly, the helicopter will not break. I can feel it. Oh yeah, exactly. And if it does break, we'll just throw an auto rotation in there, you know? But yeah, so he was not rated to fly this plane. That's the big thing. And if you declare an emergency, unless it's like, cool, I've lost my engines and I'm having to land it at the nearest airport, usually they will divert you to a more popular airport. Charlotte, whatever, was close to Mooresville or whatever. There was a towered airport nearby they could have diverted to with equipment, runway, vectoring, everything. Or if he had still done an emergency but said, hey, I need to come back and land it wherever they took off from, it was more than possible for a controller to say, like, okay, cool, we're going to give you vectors for this, and for him just to say, like, okay, cool, put it on a heading, fly that heading, cool, good, do that, maybe get above the clouds, single engine climb out, be slow, but they could, you know. But he didn't. And the reason he didn't, because when you declare an emergency, a file is opened. And even if you were to declare an emergency and say, hey, we got something wrong, I think this is not right, you go back and you land at your home airport where there's no tower, no fire trucks, no nothing. You land safely, no big deal, you taxi back to the ramp. Oh man, it was a non-issue. It was just a weird light that came on or the light went off, so we replaced the bulb and everything's cool. A non-issue. There is a file open and the NTSB does some sort of report on what happened. Or the FAA does some sort of report on what happened. And what they would have seen was that he would have been flying that airplane with the incorrect licensing. So, with him knowing that, and then flying this airplane with incorrect licensing with somebody else who has never flown in that sort of plane before, or if he did, it was like very, very little, where he didn't have appropriate training, they did not want to call, declare an emergency, and take safety vectoring to give them a better out. So what they did, they put everybody else at risk, which ended up killing them. And when they say, well, cool, what else went wrong? Well, different approach speeds, different flap settings. There's a lot of different things, and where the pilot may have said, like, cool, we may need to put whatever flaps on to land at 90 knots, because they were going to be coming in on a sharp, shorter approach. They would have not had a lot of speed. Maybe the son who was sitting in the PI or the SIC seat didn't know that he was supposed to throw two notches of flaps. I don't remember everything from the report, but from talking to a few friends who are closer to the investigation, as they're much deeper in with FAA people and NTSB people, and they have a lot more information. From what they're saying, it was like, cool, yeah, he was probably a good pilot, but he wasn't familiar with those systems and with that airplane as much as he should have been, and he definitely was not rated appropriately for it. And that, trying to hide the fact that whatever, it's like, yeah, cool, if nothing had gone wrong, would he have been able to get it down to Bradenton, Florida, no big deal? Yeah, obviously. I'm sure he'd done it before. But he wasn't appropriately doing it. They were trying to hide the fact from it. Something went wrong, and he should have been able to land safely, but he didn't because he fucked up and he was hiding. So if the family's doing a wrongful death suit, that's disgusting. And I hope that whatever the scar or the stigma that comes from that sort of thing haunts them forever. Even if they cancel the suit now, it should still haunt them forever for trying to do that. Because there's nobody close to the Biffle money other than whatever extended families getting like estate rights and stuff like that. Like, the wife's not fighting for it, the kids aren't there fighting for it. I think the nearest thing would have been like, what, his ex-wife? And wasn't there one kid that wasn't on the plane? Like them. And like, that kid's probably too young to really know how to fight for something like that. So it's disgusting that somebody would be doing that. But I did see that also they had a warrant out for people that were like stealing from the estate and doing a whole bunch of stuff too. So it's a shit situation all the way around. There's probably some scummy lawyer which was talking to the family. I was like, hey, you know, if they didn't take care of the helicopter or take care of the airplane, you could sue them and get money because the Biffles had a lot of money. Big time NASCAR champion. Fuck that lawyer too. This is no longer a PG podcast. A PG podcast flying a helicopter episode. Whoever's suing the Biffle family over that just needs to be beat. Disgusting humans. Niece was closest, but most was going animal. Yeah, for some sort of charity or something like that. Either way, it sucks. And it's also something that I'm not paying that much attention to. The only reason I know about the whatever thing is because I saw somebody share a post. I'm not going out and looking for it. I hate to be like, oh man, Biffle's dead. Don't need to pay attention to him anymore. But yeah, sure, he was a great guy. Him and his family and whatever, they were all great people. Super nice. They were great on Cletus' channel and everything. But like, I was not emotionally attached to them like so many people are. I wasn't a NASCAR person, so I didn't get to see him be a NASCAR champion and stuff live. Like, that wasn't anything that was a big thing for me or a big part of my life. So like, it doesn't bother me that much. And also being somebody who's relatively, I'm saying it lightly, in the aviation community, it's very trivial. Like, there's crashes all the time. From negligence, from weather, from controlling, from idiocy, from lack of training, from a lot of different things, you know. So like, when it happened, Mr. Pee-wee Man, I remember you were messaging me a lot, asking me like, oh man, well, what do you think happened? Or do you think it was this? And I know one of my things was thinking there was an icing problem because it was kind of cold and cloudy and stuff up there. And like, I don't focus on it because there's so many crashes, you know? Is it one that's technically closer to home? Because it's somebody that's, I think technically I'm 1 degree of separation away from them. Sure, you know, but like, I feel like people outside of the aviation community are getting way more caught up in with the aviation aspect of it. Just like the whole negligence of maintaining or whatever. Like, boy, if you knew how many bad airplanes are out there that are in privately owned hands, you would not want to walk outside. You would want a titanium umbrella above your head 24/7. There are a lot of questionable things that are flying up there. Then again, there's a lot of stuff that is supposed to happen. You're supposed to get annuals and everything to make sure everything's good. That happens every year, so that's called an annual. But there are a lot of things that fly that would make you question things. Because I've got friends who work on the maintenance side, from private jets all the way down to like training airplanes, and there's some rough things that go on. But it's also nothing like driving through Atlanta and seeing 74 Nissan Altimas within your first mile of getting inside the perimeter, and none of them have a solid body panel or a fully inflated tire. Like, their stuff's a lot more strict with airplanes, but stuff's still very rough too, and it's very expensive, so a lot of people will just try to make stuff get by. So that way it's good enough to fly, and if something happens, they just hope it doesn't. Stuff breaks a lot. And the light shining there on my warning lights made me freak out for a second. I thought we were about to do an auto. Yeah, a lot of people just hope that their plane makes it. And there's a few pages that you can follow on Facebook. I think there's one called Aviation24/7, and they'll post NTSB reports, preliminaries and finals and stuff that have all that there. And they don't post all of them because you couldn't. There's like VAS Aviation. There's a lot of ATC channels, which they'll usually only post the exciting ATC calls. But there's plenty of emergencies every single day. The Altima of the sky. There's kind of a caveat to the Altima of the sky, because there's a few things to consider. If you just wanted to say like shitty plane, there's plenty of brands where you can go through and look and find something shitty, or things where it's like cool, just like less reliable this, less reliable that, whatever. The ownership of the Altimas obviously leans a certain way. It's funny because it's true. Yeah, the ownership of the Altimas leans a certain way, obviously. I don't need to say it out loud, you all know. But a lot of that was due to lending practices and stuff that Nissan and the money companies were doing to try to get people in buying them, and it just put it into the wrong hands to make a good name for themselves, and they made it cheaper so they could sell it cheaper, whatever, and it just kind of continued and snowballed. So with that said, private ownership Cessna 172s are usually kept up pretty well. But there are a lot of schools that have a lot of 172s. And I have a friend that works for a school that works on the 172s from the school and other ones that they have. And socioeconomic factors. But I would say A normal 172 is fine. A school-owned 172 would be the Nissan Altima of the sky. If I was going private ownership, I would probably say requires to both be crappy and keeps going anyways. True. Yeah, you can't have something that, like, one thing goes wrong, then the entire thing just, like, doesn't work. It's like, no, it needs to survive being completely abused for indiscriminate and alarming amounts of time. But I think privately owned, there's a lot of airplane companies. A lot of them. I do not know all of them. I can name you all the helicopter companies that are certified here in the U.S. because there's not many of them. But I cannot name all of the airplanes. There's hundreds. If you get on Controller or Plane Trader, and you scroll through, like, piston airplanes, even turbine airplanes, like, there's ones I've never even heard of. Like, I've seen a lot of shitty Grummins, but for some reason, I think when I see most, like, super shady looking planes that have been, like, sitting on an airport ramp forever, it's never a 172. It's always a Piper, like a 140. And I forget all their nomenclatures, PA-28, PA-36. I think the PA-28 is the 4-cylinder. PA-28 140, I think that's their lowest. I think that would be the worst one. And if Southeast Aviation, I don't know if you're still in here, you could probably chime in on that, because I know you go around spotting and you probably see a lot more crappy airplanes than what I would see, just because I see fixed wing and I just look the other way because I'm better than them. I feel like the low-end Piper is probably on the most Altima end of everything. But anyways, back to it. Yeah, there's a lot of crappy planes that fly, and it would surprise you, like, what people go through to put some of these planes up there. And I don't just want to call out some other YouTube channels like JR Aviation or Rebuild Rescue or whoever, because, I mean, Rebuild Rescue, they ended up losing one of their guys in a plane crash where they had it was a 2-engine airplane, but it's one of those airplanes where even if you were on you're on the stick and you're good, you catch it and you're able to manage the power differential of left to right, or I should hold my hand down here and wiggle it. So the power differential of left to right. Even if you're able to manage that, because that's usually the big thing. Usually if you lose power on one side, if you don't catch it really quick, you're doing one of those numbers right there. Even if you're on that, it doesn't have enough power when it's fully weighted on climb out. 140 is the most common. Yeah, lots of those, lots of 28 140s. And that's kind of like the low wing school airplane too, for the most part. Unless you get to like big time schools where they start flying diamonds and stuff like that. But yeah, there's a lot of plane companies. But yeah, like you look at like Rebuild Rescue, JR Aviation, there's a lot of like plane rebuilding channels out there. Jimmy's World. And they'll find a plane that's been sitting for years and years and years and years. And even if you go to look at the car side of things, like if I go find myself a 1970 like Ford Mustang, like late 70s, really, really crappy, like a big V8 motor, only makes like 170 horsepower. give me like one of those really, really crappy years. Find one that's been sitting for like 20 years. Like, sure, I can get it running and driving and stopping, kind of. Enough compression to run on all cylinders, give or take. And putting insurance on it, I'm completely legal to drive it home. Of course, I have to tag it within a week or whatever your state's laws are for that sort of thing. 91 miles till stop one. Yeah, that's not that big of a deal to go drive an old crappy car. And if you're on the interstate and you see one of those driving, it's like, okay, cool, like, I know, you know, we all know that that's going to break down on your way home. It's a 5-hour drive home. It's going to break down. There's a very rare situation where you don't need to pull over like, oh man, I needed a radiator hose. Let me just call an Uber or limp it over to the next AutoZone. Oh man, I guess the brake line was bad. Well, we need to, go get a replacement line and bleed that one again. Like, oh man, spark plug wires. Apparently we're just holding on. They deteriorated, and so now we need... You can't do that with a plane. So a lot of these people will get these old crappy planes that have been sitting around forever, and they will go through the appropriate steps to get it running again. Fresh oil, fresh fuel, filters, whatever. They will get the compression up high enough to where it's passable per whatever the inspection rules are for that particular plane, and they'll get it right enough to fly. Same thing I'm doing with my 1979 Ford Mustang shitbox. I don't trust my shitbox to make it home. Are you going to trust the airplane to make it home? Exactly. So, I'm not saying everybody's going around buying old airplanes, but if your pre-flight checks the box, no matter how dirty, how grimy, you can fly. Then, of course, like, if you have oil leaks in certain areas, you shouldn't. But, like, cool, if it's a couple of drops a day and maybe it burns a quart over a 1-hour flight, like, sure, go fly. Could get worse. I mean, in my helicopter training, there'd be times where there was, like, small little puddles off, like, the rear main, well, particularly front main seal of the helicopter engine. And it's like, okay, cool, yeah, it does that. We watch the oil. We know that every flight it may burn a quart of oil or something like that, and then we keep an eye on it. Because, again, it's a $7,000 job to take the fan and scroll and pulleys and everything off and to replace the seal. And it's like, it's not necessary until the next annual or 100-hour, I don't think. And even then, I don't think there's a rule that says, like, there can't be leaking oil. It just can't be, like, profusely leaking. So yeah, there's a lot of little things like that can make you question certain things. This is weird. It's like sand dunes, but in a very weird shape coming through there. Neat. Looking out the top of the helicopter there. Stick my head through the window. Oh yeah, if it's not leaking, it doesn't have fluid in there. I mean, Sean can even tell you, a lot of the fuel system stuff that me and him would rebuild, there were rules, which even before me and him worked together, he worked on planes in the military. So he has a bit of that experience on the military side, but for like a fuel valve, for some planes, or valves, part numbers, whatever that you want to say that we worked on, there would be a, like, no leak allowed. Where, like, you put it on there, you put 15 pounds of pressure on the back of it, and you let it hold that 15 pounds of pressure for 5 minutes. If you get a leak, you got to fix it. There could be no leak, but there are some fuel valves and housings and whatever where it's like, cool, you know, it's allowed 10 drops per minute. So even if you close it all the way, fuel, if the pump's running or it has head pressure from like a tank sitting above it or whatever, it will allow 10 drops a minute to get through. Any more than that, no. But it's from what he was saying, and it makes sense. A lot of the engines are pretty efficient. When you're idling, you're not burning that much fuel. But that 10 drops a minute or whatever is enough to atomize and potentially run the engine even with the valve completely shut off, if that makes sense. And of course 10 may be a low number. I forget what all these numbers were. I'd have to look back at the repair manuals to see what they would call for. And we're finally seeing some sort of civilization things again. But yeah, so like there's allowable leaks. Whether it's internal bypass like that, where it'd be like, cool, you close the shutoff valve and it still allows stuff through. Most of the time, like, there would be no external bypass allowed, just because that's no bueno. Fuel can burn. Oil can burn. Gear oil, fluids, stuff like that can burn. So usually external bypass is not allowed. And there'd be times where even we'd be seating on whatever fittings or whatever. And we'd get leak from the fittings. Like, cool, you have to take the fitting out, put it back in, out, in, and let those seating surfaces kind of work themselves into each other to create a good enough seal to hold back the 15, 20, 25 psi of pressure. A lot of yapping, but it's good. Good stuff to talk about. I'm going to fly her a little bit lower and risk running into unseeable things. There are power lines below us. Can barely even see those. Kind of like right there. Oh, there it is. Oh, you can see the shadows of them on the ground there. Okay. That's cool that the power lines are kind of running in the same direction that we're going. That makes it nice. Good old NPT nonsense. Yep. Refrigeration systems. Yeah, you definitely don't want those leaking externally. I think I need to turn up the resistance on my collective. I don't think I'm pushing it down, but I am noticing that over time, like I can kind of set it here at 60% torque and leave it. But like when we were getting lower there, we were at like 50, 45% torque. So either it's slowly moving down or I'm adjusting it and not realizing that I'm adjusting it, which could also be a thing. Which reminds you, discovered BSPT thrust 5-degree difference in taper. Yep. So they will thread, but it's not the taper seal that you want. I say we pick somebody up. I like this tall building. Let's see if I can nose in on this tall building over here. I'm going to shorten myself just a wee bit. This is risky here because we haven't had to stop since we took off, so this could reset our entire thing. no, that's scary. Fall through the building. Here, we'll just hover next to it. We have short skids so we can be that low to it. Sewing machine pneumatics or BSPT. Weird. Wonder why they're different. Some of these big systems have allowable leak rate of multiple pounds per year. Jeez. I mean, I guess if you have like a 2,000 pound system, if you lose a pound a year, I mean, that's not even a 1% loss. So, I guess. I mean, then again, a lot of cars do that too. People, that's why they sell the little recharge your AC thing at AutoZone. Because, like, okay, necessarily your car's not broken. There's just a super small leak somewhere. Do you want to spend $500 on a new, or $1,000 on a new AC compressor and having it sucked out and blown back up and whatever, or just put a $20 can of Freon in there like twice a year? So like I could see allowable leak rates with HVAC stuff. Then again, I think it's like an ozone thing technically, so not the best. Yeah, car AC is expensive. You got these power poles again here, which blend so well into the terrain until they finally pop up in color there. Casting crazy shadows though, so good for them. Yeah, the EPA is a scam. Any agency, like the only agencies that I'm kind of cool with are like NTSB and FAA, and I'm not just saying that because I want to keep my pilot's license, but for the most part, I assume the NTSB plays by the rules and they do an extremely good job at what they do. Their ability to forensically recreate accidents and gather information is pretty unparalleled by almost any other division. But they still say 9/11 was a terrorist attack. So you know, I'm sort of glad Arma doesn't have cable collision. So I want to download Arma. I'm kind of interested just in the flying. I'm a horrible at shooter games. Horrible at shooters. So like, I don't think it would benefit me or anybody to have me on their team as a shooter. If I was just flying, sure, but I also don't know if VR is capable in Arma for flying, and if my peripherals would work. If that would be the case, then I think I could do pretty damn good. Pressurization test on a plane. There's another power lines. We'll add some altitude. Do a pressurization test on a plane would be wild. But I'm pretty sure I put cable cutters on here. Yep, that little dude there and that little dude there. Cable cutters. So yeah, interested in Arma. Given that I could do VR and use my peripherals, if so, interested. But I have my fingers crossed, so when I built my PC, I did a 1 terabyte hard drive in one slot, and then I ended up putting a 2 terabytes in the D drive slot, I think. And I don't think I have room for more. I think it was just 2 available slots for memory. If there is another slot, maybe. Or maybe I did 2 1 terabytes, so now I have 1 in C, then 2, because it's 2 extra slots for D drive. I don't know, something I'll have to look in there. But GTA 6. I don't know if they're going to try to do the streaming bullshit like they are with Flight Sim 2024 here, where like I only have a couple of gigabytes of stuff on my computer, but the rest of it's streamed to me. Don't know. But I want to make sure that I have enough room for GTA 6. I haven't played GTA 5 in 10 years. But I enjoy watching GTA 5 roleplay and stuff. Everything I'm seeing for GTA 6 looks so good. And I'm so excited for it to come out. You kill us a little, oh, you have to get used to the insane handling, though. Yeah. I see a lot of their where they'd be settling with power and stuff like that, where I think I can fly a lot more aggressively in Arma rather than here. It's like you're running around with a smoke stick trying to find any links, but the smoke stick runs out way faster than normal due to the oxygen content. Think a guy on you? Yeah, I'll look into it. I need to, it'd be neat. I've got some friends, that play Arma. Most of my friends do Battlefield though. And I don't care for the helicopters on Battlefield because they don't do it in a realistic manner. They have like a throttle thing. It's like, cool, you throttle up, it's like adding more pitch, you throttle down, and it's taking pitch away, and it's not aerodynamically appropriate, but it's what people are used to doing arcade style flying. So are they going to give people the more complicated helicopter controls to learn to fly, like in real life? Or are they just going to make it like, cool, you press the right trigger, you go? Man, I guess my commercial license before GTA 6. It would be cool. With film as slow as it is right now, especially on the armorer side, there's a handful of gigs out there for prop stuff. I'm fighting for stunt things. Can't get into it just because stunts is such a tight-knit thing. And I was talking to the rental house that rents out the guns. He said even though they've rented out blank firing guns, because like sometimes you need a gun that's a real gun for looking at it, or for what he's like, we have not rented any of them out to actually do blank fire this year. And it's been 4 months into this year. 5 months now. It's May. So that's a scary thought. Because there were times when I would be going in every week, multiple times a week for multiple different shows, getting guns for blank fire. So it's an alarming thing that the industry's going that way. I understand, but it's also kind of like a private investor, venture capitalist sort of thing for a lot of these production companies. And not that they're owned by private investors and venture capitalists and stuff, but they're operating on that same sort of wavelength where these people are looking at assets and money in, money out, risk, etc. And they say, okay, cool, this is a scary thing. It's costing us more in insurance, so we're just not going to do any blank fire. And business, I understand. But also there are a lot of companies that have gotten taken over by private equity. And the private equity just killed these businesses. And it's taken the soul out of them, and it's like everything that they were is just ruined. Like a lot of you guys are gun guys in here. So even though it's a slightly different situation, like I can bring up T-Rex arms, and it's like, cool, the people that were running T-Rex arms got rid of what made T-Rex arms great, with the assumption that what they did and what they do can outshine the moral principle of the guy who made T-Rex arms what it was. And I kind of feel the same way with the film industry. Sure, you can still create movies. You can still create productions and shows and whatever you want. And people are still going to watch it, just like people are still going to shop with T-Rex. But the people who care, the people that are the ones who put you in that position, are going to hate you for it. There's so many shows out there where it's like, what was the recent movie, the space movie, the sun was dying, guy makes rock friend, whatever it was. Anyways, everybody's loving that movie because they're like, cool, there's no woke shit in there. There was no stupid, it has to be a love story. They were like, it was just a good movie. And there was still like the art and the soul to it. And I feel like film's going away from that. And regardless of your political stance, left, right, super woke, super right woke, whatever, like, don't use political, or don't use movies to spread political messages. At the end of the day, art is a very political thing, so I get the hypocrisy in that. I understand. That's not lost on me, because art is showing what the artist is feeling. That's what it is. And if the person who is producing this is very one way, then their thing's going to show through. But the film industry is just kind of turned super, super far left, because anybody who has the investment to produce something in film is coming from that sort of far left thing, and it's like everything's been pushed that way, and it makes the movie suck because they went from being art to being like propagandized art, if that makes sense. Private equity is ruining all the industries. I need to support adaptive defense and get some stuff. I'm waiting for them to drop some things. Like, me and Sean were talking gear and stuff. I want to understand why private equity deserves to exist, if at all. I have to. Yeah, the new Animal Farm movie looks like it's going to totally miss the point. I haven't seen the trailer. I saw somebody that supposedly did a reaction. One of the political-ish commentators I follow was doing a reaction to it, but I haven't watched it yet. But I'm going to assume it's missing the point. Which, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. Because that book is very, very political. And very political against the sort of people who are neutering it. So for somebody to, like, take a book which can really, like, you can bring a very, very lefty person in, or whatever, and as long as they are not a complete NPC, you can give them Animal Farm, and they will more or less flip their entire script of reasoning because of what that book is and like what the last chapter and stuff kind of pushes through of whatever. I don't want to. I assume everybody here has read it. But basically, it's, y'all correct me if I think I'm thinking of the correct book, but this is going from like 20 years ago of me reading this, so I'm probably going to miss a whole bunch, or like the main story, but I remember the end. Farmer has animals, the animals learn to talk, the animals kick the farmer out, learn to run the farm themselves, and then the animals that were like taking charge just turn it into like a worse situation than what the farmer had them in before. And it's kind of showing like the dangers of the communism side of where it's, hey guys, like, look, we're going to do it ourselves, but then they're given the power. Those are mortar holes. I would think those are like mortar bombing holes. That's usually what that looks like when you're like over in Ukraine and stuff. But usually are on the communism, whatever, speak. it's saying like, cool, you know, like if there's always going to be somebody in power. There's no perfect system unless you have like a super small commune, unless like your town is like the size of this, and everybody can go beat up somebody if they start acting wrong. Like the idea of communism will not work because somebody will end up in power, and somebody's going to end up benefiting a lot more from everything, while everybody else has to fight over scraps. But yeah, that's Animal Farm. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Looks like it's going to be anti-corporate. So yeah, that's basically what I remember from it. I'm assuming that's what it was. I don't remember. It's been a long time. But if they take something that, for all intents and purposes, is a sacred storyline of a book, where it's like that was written with like an extremely pure intention of showing off something that's happened many times in history, from all other attempts and examples of communism failing. And if they turn that away, then they just completely bastardize that book, and they're calling it Animal Farm, because now people are going to say like, oh, Animal Farm, yeah, I saw the movie, don't need to read the book. Yay, communism. Or whatever. I haven't seen it, or seen the trailer, so I don't know how they're going to twist it. They're making it into an anti-corporate narrative, of course. So yeah, they're going to butcher it, and it will... The word of the movie will overshadow the word of the book. It's newer. You can consume it in a couple of hours instead of... Even if you sit down, I think Animal Farm's a 2-day read. If you're like full timing it. Because it's like, what, 350 pages or something, I think? Maybe shorter. It, like I said, been 20 years. Ew, gross. It's been 20 years? Ugh. I hate that. Gross. But... yeah, they're just taking the art and they're propagandizing the art. Which, this will be an extremely gross example of not just propagandizing art, but propagandizing art in the way that it was not intended. A lot of the newer, very wokey things, the super far left-leaning things, are propagandized art, but from conception, that's what they were meant to be. For the most part. Sometimes they'll take like a book or a story and like, okay, cool, now there's a gay couple. Or whatever. Like, sometimes they're just kind of like changing little things here and there, like soft launching whatever their change in the story is. But for the most part, anything that's newer and more wokey leaning is, from conception, created with the intent of propaganda. But it looks like Animal Farm is going to be the first thing that's been grossly bastardized from straight up whenever they got the rights to it or whatever. This will be like a huge step into, if people allow that to be successful, then we're in for a thing. Well, 1.5 times only 3 hours. Okay, that's not bad. It's shorter than I thought. Most of the time when I think books, I think of like, okay, cool, a 350, 400 page book. But also, like, it wasn't a whole bunch of story. If I was able to summarize it here while flying a helicopter through Pakistan, it's probably not that long, so yeah. Okay, nobody read the Terminator books, Valeska. So... Or are you talking about the newer movies? Because I'm assuming there's probably a Terminator book, or was it always purely movie? Or are you just talking new movie versus old movie? Made it about wine, feminists, and anti-border control. Oh, gross. Wine feminists? I haven't heard that term before. But it makes sense. Stay-at-home activist. You've seen too many comedians predict the new Harry Potter reboot being amazingly funny with their woke change. I do dreams. Also, I haven't seen the new one. The new Terminators. I've only seen the old ones. Out of principle. Just like I didn't see the new Ghostbusters with like the all-female cast. It's like, you're making it openly. Like, I'm okay if you want to change it up and like guy and girl squad Scooby-Doo that shit where you got boys and girls, you know. Put a fucking talking dog in there. Don't care. But when you do like the all-women thing, or hell, even the all-guys thing, like, I feel like more women are into creepy ghosty shit than guys are. So like, it would make sense for them to be in Ghostbusters. The fact that it was all dudes just show that like they didn't have wives or girlfriends, because they would have been like, hey, I want to be a part of this. Okay, so now I'm thinking this, or these are just holes dug for trees. That's too uniform. They would butcher a new 1984. Let's see, 33 miles. Till stop one, and then we're only a third of the way there. So, longer flight today because we're not exactly in a quick helicopter. We're in a quick, but we're not in a... It's quick, it's not fast. But yeah, like I worked on Avengers Endgame. Additional photography, a lot of pickup shots, little things here and there where they'd have like an entire fight scene filmed, but they're like, man, we need like this one angle of one person from this one thing to like cut in here to make it feel right. So we would film that like one angle, and we did that for like a month and a half straight. Wild, the amount of effort that goes into that. This is now dull. Nope. I think that's settings. Right. Brightness. Cool, I'm okay with that. Something bright. Avengers Endgame, yeah. Then I went to go see it in the theaters, and like during the big fight scene, there's one where it's like all the boy superheroes getting together and doing a charge, and all the girl ones end up together at some point, and they all have like a charge. I'm like, okay, like it's forced. I like the idea of giving, like, superheroes have always kind of like, if you think about it, it's like a very boyish thing. No offense, Valeska. But the superhero thing is always like a very boyish thing. And like, I want girls to have superheroes too. Like, they're cool as shit, you know? It's like, I appreciate the idea of wanting like the girls to have like, oh cool, there's superhero girls are charging into the thing at the same time. But like, it just felt forced. Like an obviously forced type thing. The original 1984 movie was very close to the books, just condensed. I didn't know there was an original 1984 movie. Press the wrong button, brick the heli. Oh no, emergency auto rotation it. But I'm like 500 feet right now. Do I have that? I don't have a radar altimeter on here, do I? No. Luckily, it's just the Garmin, and technically I could pull a fuse and turn that whole thing off if I wanted to. But yeah, like the forcing it and obviously making attempts to make it a very one-sided thing like that. That's what bugs me. I'm okay with it being in there. I'm okay with girl superheroes existing. I think it's cool as shit, you know? Oh, it came out in 1984. Yeah, so a little before my time. Yeah, it was very forced. Didn't care for that. It's like, y'all could have just had a big battle scene with them doing stuff. And like, I understand the, we'll call it theatrics of two sides colliding in battle. It's been a thing, you know, since before wars were fought, the new style, people would line up and go against each other. Like, it's been a thing forever. That's always been a style of fighting and war and battles, whatever. It's existed. So, like, I get the appeal to wanting to produce the start of that big fight scene of people charging towards each other. But, like, it feels way too cinematic-y, you know? Like, it feels way too, okay, here comes the big battle. Like, I'd rather have the people start dropping in like guest stars during the fights. Or like the fight leaning more towards the bad guy side, then all of a sudden the good guys start coming out of the woodworks or the portals or whatever. And like that would have felt more natural, but everybody, like they got their email, they're showing up at just the right time. Speaking of weird things, I'm looking at I didn't notice because it picked up and made its RPM, but I'm showing the correct engine RPM, but my rotor RPM's not moving, but I very obviously have rotor RPM. Okay, Southeast dude, I'll see you. If you come back, I'll see you then. More streaming, a lot more soon. The time is now. I have the time. I've seen the first new Dune. Haven't seen the old Dune. Haven't seen the second new Dune. I've only seen the first new Dune. He's now Southwest Aviation. Speaking of aviation, RIP Spirit Airlines. Another 5 hours of flights. Their last flight's like 3 a.m. or something like that. So that's fun. But good news, everybody. That means there's going to be a whole bunch less cheap flights, which means there's going to be a whole bunch less people who can only afford cheap flights at the airport. So if my logic's correct, this may end up being... I wasn't texting, I'm reading the chat. That's where my chat is. My chat's right here. I'm watching the stream too. I'm one of like the 3 people watching. But 6 people watching now? Yep, Spirit is gone. Bankrupt. The $500 billion bailout fell through. Chance they'll be back? Maybe. But the rebuild would be wild because all their pilots are now applying to other places and contingencing. And even if they were to come back, it would take a while to get everything back up to stuff and back up to speed. You wouldn't just be able to like walk back in and just, there we go. I'm also the poor unwashed masses. But how often are you flying also? But also, tickets on not Spirit, they aren't that bad. Like, cool, you're not sitting first class Delta. But like a Spirit flight from like, let's just say, here to Kansas City for no reason. Spirit flight may be like $175 or whatever. Delta flight's like $300. $100 more. It's money, you know. It's not small money, but it's not huge. You're getting a way better flight experience. You fly a lot more, it's cheaper. Yeah, I feel the same too. I don't travel that often. I need to. I'd like to. But I just don't. Getting pretty close to our first fuel stop. Yeah, and I'd rather drive too. Like, I like having my vehicle there. I like having my own way to escape if I need to. I like not having to worry about people handling my baggage, losing stuff. I can bring firearms more easily without having to worry about firearm things at airports. Southwest, pretty cool. I hate that they stopped their seating system thing. But also the seating system was kind of chaotic at the same time. But with me being a Georgia boy, I'm probably going to become a Delta enthusiast, as that's the main hub. And I do want to look into credit cards that have like good Delta benefits. Because you keep your card paid off, and let's say like if you usually use your debit card for gas, most cards don't, or pretty much any card shouldn't charge you interest if you pay off the complete amount at the end of the month. So even if it's a 7% interest rate card or 10% interest rate card, if you pay it off at the end of the month, like you're doing it for free. So you're just using their card instead of your debit card. And then you also would be getting like Sky Miles and CAG certified. Delta Force, Delta Airlines, past life. But yeah, then you're getting like mileage and benefits and stuff. Like, cool, you can swipe your debit card and pay for everything that way. And let's say you're completely able to afford and you don't need, because some people will use credit cards as like a crutch. Which sometimes you have to, you know, sometimes work stops or something, and it's nice to be able to put the minimum payment of $20 a month on that, but then be able to spend $800 a month on that for 2 months. Turn on the quantum heartbeat. I still don't believe that shit. I do not buy that for 1 fucking second. I do not buy the quantum heartbeat sensor. I believe that to be a lie. I'll go into that here in a second. What was I talking about? We may be going into the heartbeat sensor now. Let's see what we for a $100 round trip. Delta. Oh yeah, credit card stuff. So it's like sometimes you need to put $800 on your card in a month or two while you're in between jobs, pay the $20 minimum, and then take your punishment of having to pay back with interest. It happens. City double card cash is that girl. Yeah, so something like that, to get Delta miles out of it, especially being a Georgia person. Delta makes sense. Yeah, and if you pay stuff off, whatever, like, you have, other than, I mean, guess not. You'd be like, well, cool, I don't have credit companies tracking my thing or giving me the whatever. So two things. You're being tracked anyways. Whenever you swipe your debit card, those processes are going through the same systems and the same things are being tracked regardless. Doesn't matter. Sucks to be you. You're not as low-key as you assume that you are. And a downside is there's a scuba diving YouTube channel that I frequent-ish called Dive Talk. And they kind of do like podcasty, but more like video reactions of two people, both cave divers, reacting to different diving things. And they were somewhere down in the Bahamas-ish, and even though he was following all of his things correctly, something happened where he ended up getting the bends. Professional diver, hundreds if not, thousands of dives. Spent probably a year or more of his life underwater with how long he has been diving and does diving. But something happens and he got bended coming back or up out of a dive. Bad. I don't remember the things anyways. They do have dive insurance through the Dan network, the Divers Assistant Network. And Dan has different levels of professional scuba diving insurance, so if something happens, you get bended, whatever, they can get you flown low altitude to the nearest like hypoxic recovery pressure chamber, whatever. The banks don't care that you bought a Zen camp, but it's still tracked. That's the thing. They may not care, but it's still tracked. But yeah, so he got the bends bad. They called the diver alert network, and apparently there was some like really, really bad and annoying paperwork style things. They're like, hey, we need, like, he's laying on the hospital bed dying, and he's having people like help him do this. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure, we'll email you some paperwork. You need to print that out, scan it, do this, send it back, whatever. And we'll get some stuff started, and then we'll like start looking for, then once you fill that paperwork out, we can start looking for flights to get you from this island that you are on now to another island, which happens to have the deco chamber that you can go to. And like blah 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 blah. Like, they were not helping. So him and his friends, they start looking at medevac flights to pay privately, and they find an airplane like 2 islands over, and this airplane is like, hey, yeah, sure, we'll come pick you up. Our fee for this flight, fuel, everybody all said and done, which the insurance would usually pay, is like $15,000, something like that. And this guy, he's well off, he does good, so he has 120 or something in checking account, 120,000. So he's like, okay, yeah, cool, here's my debit card. Debit card declines. Calls the bank, says, hey bank, this is me. I'm here. I'm trying to buy a medevac flight for myself. I'm in a hospital dying. You need to approve this transaction. And the bank's like, oh yeah, sure. So he calls the medic flight thing again. And no, sorry, wop wop, not going to work. And it denies like 3 times. His bank, with his money in his bank, they will not approve the transaction for him to buy a flight to save his life because the insurance thing's fucking up. So he also has credit cards, high limit, like $25,000, $50,000 credit cards, whatever. Anyways, he preemptively calls Chase Bank or whatever. I think the blue cards. Anyways, he preemptively calls them and it's like, hey, I'm here. I'm buying a medic flight. My bank keeps denying this, but there's a $15,000 charge that I'm about to send through and I need it to be approved. And they're like, cool, you didn't have to call us. We would have approved it. So he's able to swipe or give them the number to his bank, or not his bank, to his Chase card. $15,000 flight approves. His friends carry him out of the hospital, gets on the plane, goes to the next island. Bada bing, bada boom, saves his life. So I'm going to click fuel button here a few times. I'll top this off. So it's like, even though you have the money in your bank account, the bank doesn't care. They may not care about the Zen that you bought, but guess what? They also don't care about saving your life because they're not going to make money on this. So yeah, that's an interesting story there. Do I still have the basket on the right side? I thought I took that off. I don't want the basket on there. That might have been what's slowing us down. Better. When it's easier to borrow someone else's money than access your own, that says a lot. Yeah. And of course they ended up being as popular as they are, getting in contact with the DAN president, Divers Alert Network president, about that. And they have since changed their policy to where they wouldn't have that sort of issue again. Of like, cool, we need paperwork A, paperwork B, D. Like, they've gotten all of that fixed and changed and amended to where it would actually go through and help them. And I think he has changed banks since then. Wow, dumped us down to 2 viewers. Everybody left. Hello, Valeska. Yeah, so even though I'm not a fan of running stuff on credit and credit scores because it's just all plain for the nose people, the tiny hat nose people, it does have benefits to play the game a bit. If you play it smart, which they do realize, anybody that's doing the credit game of offering money, lending money, whatever, yeah, it's a wild story. So like, yeah, they realize that people are going to mess up, and that's how there is money in lending money and borrowing money, usury. But like, they know most people aren't going to play the game smart. And even if you play the game smart and you do everything right, like, your transactions are tracked, they know what you're doing, they know what you're buying, they know what they can advertise to you. Flock cameras will sell your information to advertisers, and people can advertise stores that are along your route. It's been documented that it's been done. Yeah, now we're back up to 5, but it showed me 2 viewers for a second, so that's weird. Yeah, it's always the hats. Literally everything. So yeah, like, I don't mind playing the game. I'm autistic enough where the advertising doesn't affect me and the propaganda doesn't affect me, which is a benefit. Like, you could put all the ads in front of me. If it's not something I wasn't considering before, I'm not going to consider it now. I can, like, scroll a feed on Instagram or whatever, and if there's an ad for something, I can glaze over it so fast. Like, it'll give me the surveys every once in a while where it's like, cool, what ads do you remember seeing the past 2 days? Like, I don't remember seeing any ads the past 2 days. Like, I'm just completely blind to them. Looks like we are going to be gaining some altitude to make it over this stuff here. We'll be aiming towards this bigger, more cliff-facey bit of this mountain rift up ahead. Yeah, so it's like, I don't mind playing the credit game a little bit. Especially the credit card game, because I can get out of that scot-free. But at the same time, if you want to have... Had to rush my daughter out of the restroom. Oh, I'm glad you made it. But, yeah, like, the credit card game, you can easily play that, lose no money, and as long as you're okay with a little bit of information getting sold around, blah, 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 which is going to happen anyways just from your travel data, which I'm still not okay with, I'm not justifying it. But then you can play that game and get your credit score pretty decent. Although if you want to play on the higher side of stuff, you do need to pay to play. You will need to do some personal loans that get a little bit bigger. You can pay them off faster to pay less money. Make sure there's no nothing against, no penalty for paying it off early. But like, do a $3,000 loan for 3 years. Easiest loan in the world to get. Because they're like, okay, you're going to pay us $120 a month for 3 years, and we're going to end up making $4,000 on a $3,000 thing. And it's like, okay, cool. Not fair to pay $1,000 to get $3,000 and then pay back the $3,000 after losing that. It's like, it's not fair. But if you pay it off after a year, then it's like, cool, you may have spent like $110 in interest, $120 in interest. If you pay it off quickly, and there's no penalty to that. Because some loans have a monetary penalty or something if you want to pay off early, so you gotta check the fine print for that. So like, there is a small fee of pay to play on the bigger stuff, which when you're going to go buy a house or a car or whatever, usually car is not as bad because they realize a lot of people are buying like their first car and they've never done a big loan, and that is their first big loan. But I'll do personal loans every once in a while and then pay it off within a year, doing like 10x payments every month, where I get it, I don't spend it, and then it just feeds back into itself almost. And it games the system enough, very little money out of my pocket, considering what it would be if I ran it a full term. But it opens up a lot, and it's like huge jumps in the credit system. But I still hate having to pay into their stupid little pockets for something like that. That being said, though, I'm pretty much done borrowing any sort of money, unless it comes to buying or building a house one day. I would consider it on some cars. Nothing new. Unless it was a, like, there's smart ways to do vehicles and stuff like that. So let's say you have a job and a life to where you've been able to amass a $100,000 savings account. Saving up for a Cat WB at the moment, RDM. What's that new one that's super quiet and small? It's not from Cat, it's from shit, I forget who it was. Anyway, it's super small and it hits almost just as hard as the white bread does. Oh, you got a friend who works there? I had a friend who did work there. He doesn't anymore, but he did. Anyway, so like, let's say you have the life and the job where you've been able to put $100,000 in your savings account or in your checking account. Savings is doing its own thing, whatever, and if that's something you don't want to touch, let's just consider like $100,000 of liquid, you can spend it money. Okay? Tisha, yeah, that's it. Yeah, a lot of drama, but apparently it does good. So you can take that $100,000 that you have liquid that you're willing to spend on something, and let's just say you want to go buy a restored, in good condition, like doesn't need anything, 1984 Porsche 911 Turbo, and you pick one up for $90,000. Cool, well, you have $90,000 and then it's sitting around and maybe appreciating a little bit, but then you don't have that $90,000 anymore, obviously. You have $10,000, which now you're back into trying to save that and build that up for whatever, liquid, spending, investing, whatever. A smarter option, if you want to look at it this way, is to find a bank or somebody that loans on vintage and collector cars and buying that car through a bank loan. So you may put $20,000 down, but then if you're paying $1,000 a month on a 6-year lease or 6-year buy or whatever, 6-year plan, it'd probably be more than that, $2,000 a month, something. You still have $70,000 or $20,000 helmet. You still have $80,000 of stuff you can do stuff with. You still have $80,000 that you can go and buy other vehicles or whatever with. And then if you sell it in 2 years, when the Porsche is now worth $110,000 instead of $90,000, you can take that 20, roll it into something else. But if you spent it all in, like, it's a very, you can let somebody else assume a lot of risk in certain ways and keep your liquidity to do other things with. And then if you're playing your cards right, you can use that for different investments and whatever. Valeska, I prefer cash for everything for ages. Then credit became necessary for making some moves. So what I did was took out a secured loan, a deposit earning interest, set up auto pay, payment date set too early for perfect payment history, and earned interest offsetting loan interest. And it cost me like $20 at the end of the difference. Yeah, exactly. Very small price to pay, but that's something that kind of bit me after the COVID times. I was looking at buying a property to build a house on. And I had been paying cash for everything for years because my father was a Dave Ramsey enthusiast. And like, cool, you don't need credit cards, just pay cash, just pay cash, just pay cash. Well, the world's so expensive now, where if you want to have any semblance of a life outside of like eating ramen every single day, like you're spending a lot of your money to go out and do stuff. So it's very hard to save up significant amounts of money on a normal person's salary. Some people have better jobs and you can save up more. Some people have more consistent work, you can save up more. I have a very good paying job that's just not consistent, so I kind of ride like, cool, good pay. If I were to work full time, I'd do good, but I don't work often enough to do good. That's a complaint for another day. But with that said, Train of thoughts going around everywhere. It's like, yeah, so some people could save up money and pay cash for a house. If you had a $100,000 a year job and you lived, or $100,000 take home after the theft of taxes and everything like that. So if you had a $100,000 a year job, and let's say you found some cheap house, middle of nowhere, paid $800 in rent, plus gas to go back and forth to work, $1,000 a month. Like, sure, you could end up like putting $50,000 a year in savings. But then again, like, that's going to work, going home, eating like the cheapest chicken that's about to expire and the cheapest rice that's about to like expire. Everything on the edge of just surviving. And you could put good money aside. But then you wouldn't have a life. And a life's kind of important to a lot of people. And it's like, cool, if you didn't do that, or if you didn't get blessed into having a home or the ability to purchase a home during the, obviously, like, boomer years, then sorry, SOL. Like, I'm not saving cash for a house. It's fucking impossible. Yeah, rent, some people require the credit scores or credit cards. You're not too stupid to engage in the credit industry. At the end of the day, if you get a basic ass, if you don't have a good credit score, you can get a secured credit card. Which I'm sure you already know about a secured card, just because I think anybody who's ever had a credit card knows what one is. But like me, I was paying cash for everything for like 5 or 6 years. Never had any sort of problems, but it took like a near perfect credit score and dumped it down to like high 500s. And I couldn't get a loan. Or I couldn't get a loan, couldn't get a credit card, couldn't get anything. Couldn't get a mortgage, because that's when I was looking to get a really nice piece of property. And they're like, I'm sorry, you don't have credit, fuck you. So I had to fix that. So what I did, a secured credit card. It's like, cool, I sent Discover $200, and they sent me a credit card with a $200 credit limit on it. And it's kind of used just to shield themselves from anything happening or going wrong. Which I get, because there's probably a lot of people who can't afford that, or can't afford to make payments, so they're covering their own ass. But for like a year, I did that, and I'd put like a tank of gas on it, and then pay it off immediately. Like, wake up the next day, have an alarm set, and just pay off that thing then, immediately, not even wait for like an early pay date. We can add some more ups on this. It was doing a very, very slow climb. We can definitely slow ourselves down to like 80 knots or so and still be happy. Oh, I guess taller behind it too. But yeah, so after a year, they're like, oh, cool, your credit limit's now $2,000. And then I applied for another card, and they gave me like a $5,000 limit. And now my Discover one's like a $15,000 card or something, like 4 years later. Just for me, like, putting a tank of gas or like a meal or something on it like once a month and paying it off immediately. So it's not hard to play the game for the credit card stuff and come out ahead, if you want to consider that ahead. A whole other ridge line over there too. Crazy. And this is the first time we're seeing any sort of ground and land like this. So this is a very Pakistani unique, so far, sort of landscape for us. Because most countries we've been able to tell really, really good. Love the fingertip flying. Oh yeah, dude. So like flying an R-22. Whenever I give you a flight, dude, the R-22, you're flying it like this. Because I mean it's It's like driving that old go-kart when you're a kid where you feel everything, because it's a very direct engagement. So you're locked in. But I did a 44 flight for the first time. And like it was almost like this for how easy it was to control. And that's just the hydraulic systems for you. This is very unique terrain compared to what we've seen so far. Very cool. Too stupid to play credit game. Plus, are they like rental cars? Rental cars, not rent. Okay. I put off life to be a workaholic until I watched too many people die before they live. Yep, true. I'd like to try Turo one day. Because there's a lot of like unique cars that I want to drive, and it's like, cool, I don't want to buy this thing, but I also don't want to but I still want to experience it, you know? Or I don't want to like buy it and lose money because I thought I would really, really enjoy it and I'm not. So I'd like to do Turo one day. But then again, like I like driving places, so not many times am I driving from like here to Kansas City or something. Like if I'm going out to Kansas, I'm probably going to fly to Kansas City. But speaking of KC, I was actually looking at helicopter schools out there. Because when I do come out in that direction to give friends flight, because I actually have a few friends out there, I need to figure out where the schools are and what their regulations and rules are for rentals. Because a lot of times, like, you have to have X number of hours, or have been their student, or if you're not and you're just renting to get hours or whatever, you need to have like an approval flight with whoever. So I'd assume no matter what, I'm throwing or like buying one flight with one of their instructors just for them to be like, okay, cool, you know what you're doing. And then I can start giving homies rides. Pakistan does have some pretty big peaks though, doesn't it? Is it like northern Pakistan? Of course, we're in southern Pakistan now. But isn't northern Pakistan and Afghanistan and stuff like... I mean, I know the Himalayas are up there, but isn't like one of the tallest peaks up in that area? Use Turo for a Prius for $1,100 mile road trip. Gas and extra miles combined, it was like under 300. That's not bad. And then the big thing on that is like you're not paying for wear and tear. Like obviously if a tire goes wrong, I think you have to cover that or whatever. But like the oil change and stuff like that, because like all that's the owner of the car. Which I would consider Turo for something like that. And of course you have to look and find people that are okay with you taking their car on a road trip. That's the big thing. If I was a Turo renter where I was offering a vehicle to it, it'd be like, cool, like local trips only. Like don't take my shit places. But then again, like I'm a car guy who likes my cars, so I'm not buying something like a Prius with the intention of letting somebody else go drive it and put use miles on it. So I have a different way of looking at it just because of what my enthusiasm and choices are. I'm only turning this way right here to look at this cool tree that happens to grow at the top of this mountain. Plus we get a cool reveal if we come here and we just like barely clip the love that super neat big valley. Looking at the satellite, it looks like this place gets messy during springtime, during the water runoff. That included accident coverage. Wow. Yeah, if I was doing Turo, it would, like my use case currently would most likely be flying in somewhere and renting a car for whatever time, because usually if I go on a trip, it's probably something pretty short. If I was staying a while, maybe I would just do like a normal rental or get like a Prius or Corolla or something like that. But right now, it'd be like, cool, I need to fly to California for a meeting or something where Zoom's not a thing. Flying to California for a meeting, but it's like, you know, I've always really wanted to drive a new Camaro SS with the 10-speed automatic, because I think I'd rather have the manual, but the 10 speeds are super cool and quick shifting and whatever. It's like, cool, rent one of those for like $150 for the day and get to go experience that. Like, I would do it from more of an experience standpoint. 200 foot off the deck in full speed. Like, I would like to, but I also know that I'm going to have to cross that mountain over there and the one past it. Of course, here I could take the cutout there, but I'm still going to have to make it over the far one. Boy, this laser pointer's annoying. Still got to make it over the far one. If I hold my hand out the window, if I move it in the window. So yeah, I still have to go across the far one eventually. Not at 220. Yeah, also the downside for this, I don't know what sort of artifacts are in the sky, and if I'm going to get eaten by a pterodactyl when I get down there and have to respawn at our last fuel stop. So I'm kind of trying not to. I gotta be a little good. You missed it. Was it the last stream? It might have been the last stream. Or the last Around the World stream. But we were leaving someplace up in northern India towards Nepal. And, like the first... Because we were coming out of an area where it was, you know, 10,000 foot elevation starting. Experiences are the spice of life. Oh yeah, exactly. Just like I'm super stoked. My friend Brady, Kid Civilian, for those of you on Instagram that would follow him, he's actually doing his scuba certification this weekend after like years of saying he was going to do it. So I'm super pumped for him. But yeah, so we started the day at like 10,000 foot elevation, and it was like cloudy over Kathmandu and everything. And the cloud ceilings, I want to say the bases were maybe like 400 feet AGL. And the cloud ceilings were like, of course the city's at 8,000 feet or something. The cloud ceilings were at like 12,000. It's like the first hour of that day we were cruising at like 14,000 feet. We're not exactly twins. He's more muscular than me, but I'm definitely more handsome than him. So we complete each other. But yeah, I let him try my scuba stuff once or twice, maybe. At one of his family friends' pools. And I kind of gave him like a quick rundown, like, cool, these are the basics, like, if something goes wrong, you fix your issue when you're at the bottom. But if something completely freaks you out, you're 8 feet deep in a pool. You can swim up real quick. I'm not gonna like freak you out or make you like fix your shit down there if something's really, really driving you crazy. Because like if you're doing the ocean, you're getting dented. Sorry, you could die. But in a pool, it's not as bad. I was like, okay, cool, here's breathing. You can take it out when you put it back in. You have to purge and blow, like by putting your tongue in there or just big puff of air or something. You can do that, like take your mask off, put it back on. You can clear the mask. You can take the mask completely off, put it back on. You can clear it. Even if it doesn't clear the first time, you can take another breath of air and clear it again. And it's like taking it off, putting it back on underwater, finding your lost regulator when it's off to the side, like I kind of ran him through basically everything they teach you skill-wise. And he picked up on it quick because he's a person that can think in, I want to say, stressful situations. But I think that scuba diving in general, even if you're not good in stressful situations, it teaches you to be good in stressful situations. Yeah, it's very interesting. So like, even if you don't want to get all sciencey about it, talking about like decompression limits and stuff, like you wear a watch, a dive computer, that is basically like, hey, cool, when you come up, or like if you do like an established dive, when we went out to Panama City to dive, the dive master was like, the boat gets to the shipwreck location, so he jumps in with the anchor line and ties the anchor line off to the shipwreck. He comes back up, he's like, okay, cool, I went down, depth today is 106 feet, temperature down there is 74, a whole bunch of fish or whatever, it looks this way, we have 100-foot visibility, something. He kind of goes over all that stuff. And him being the dive master, he's done a whole bunch of dives, so he goes, okay, and cool, our safety stop today is when you're coming back up, you're coming up slowly, you stop at 20 feet, you wait there for 3 minutes for your safety stop, and then you come back up. And that safety stop allows you enough time to decompress. And even if you did not hear him say that, your computer on your wrist will like beep and buzz and like let you know like your decompression times and cycles and stuff. I just read The Passenger by Cormac McCarthy about diving. It was a freaky ass book. Not my favorite of his works. Let's see. Live streaming flying now, but nothing this weekend. Other than hopefully taking Dino to Love and Oven one day if possible. Go eat. If time allows. One of my homies asked what I was doing this weekend. And if I just said like nothing, he'd probably call me, so that's why it's streaming now. Because he's not a big YouTube consumer as far as I know. Yeah, diving, it's like you can get super sciencey with it, and some people get into it softly and then they end up going down the super science rabbit hole with it of oh man, let's start, because like I went and got my nitrox certification, so I got my standard dive certification, I got my advanced dive certification, which is just the next dive that I went on really, and that's like you don't have a minimum requirement to get advanced diver for SDI at least, and that's just like cool, like we're just going to teach you a few safety things about going down to 120 feet, and then like maybe like a little bit more on navigation or night diving or something. So you pick like 5 little things and you get advanced certified for those. I didn't get like advanced certification for photography, but also like there's no laws about diving. There is no law. Like you can show up with a tank and your buoyancy control vest, your fins, everything, and you can jump in the water, you can go diving. The cops can't be like, hey, let's see your license. The license is really more of an insurance thing, where if you own a company that's taking people diving, if they don't have a license, you can be like, cool, I only fill up tanks for people who have licenses. Or I only take people diving who have a license from an accredited place. And that's just kind of protects your own ass in case something goes wrong, you know? So there's no law against it. You don't have to get a diving license. But I can tell you, if I'm going to go diving with somebody, I want them to have at least gone through the professional training, so that way in case something happens with my equipment while we're being dive buddies down there, they are at least understanding on how to solve that problem and get me out. Or if something happens with them, they're at least competent enough to solve their own problem to where I don't need to help them, or they don't freak out and hurt me in the process of me helping them, if that makes sense. You probably could. I think you could fly it like this fine. I think getting in the fine hover would be your downfall. If you were to have a sim setup like mine, because you have like HOTAS controls, right? Because we've flown before. If you were to have like HOTAS controls like you do, like you understand the concept of collective pedal, left, right, like you generally get how it's supposed to work. But until you're actually moving the things, it's kind of hard. And definitely playing with something like this was a big benefit. Also, we have a bit of a downdraft there. I was pretty high on the collective and we were losing altitude. So I've been sent a photo. I will respond later, Dave. Big valley here, so we may lose altitude for this one. It's a long valley to fly over, blanket like that. .128, so about an hour until next stop. If you could fly with your Xbox controller, you'd be 160th for sure. Oh, hell yeah. I'd be a pro drifter if I could drive with an Xbox controller. I know back when the course of physics was consistent between Xbox and controllers and games and stuff too. Yeah, I will say having a collective cyclic on your side and pedals and relatively accurate simulation of stuff definitely goes a long way in the helping it feel familiar. Let's not get too fast here. I don't want to catch a V&E and stuff ourselves in the ground. I could see a lot of military vehicles being piloted with controllers. I mean, they are doing that with stuff now. HOTAS? I forget what it stands for, but it's like the joystick setups you see for a lot of controller setups where you have joystick in the middle, and a lot of times if you don't have pedals to do your left and right rudder, the joystick itself will twist left and right to give you that. So you can do your forward, your backward, your left, your right, your pedal left and right. If you have a pedals or twist left and right, if you have the twist. And then it also gives you like a throttle quadrant, so you can like throttle up, throttle down, but for the helicopters you map it for collective up and collective down. Hands on stick and throttle. Okay. Oh, new phone HOTAS. I get it. I get it. Your pun didn't come through. I'm busy flying helicopters, ma'am. But yeah, I will say having this made a big impact in real life. Obviously, I covered day 1, minute 1. So, I mean, not minute 1 because he let me do pedals first and collective first and cyclic and 1 by 1 me at first. But as soon as I had all 3, it was no big deal. So there was no learning curve. The learning was already curved. It was just more of a getting used to doing it quicker, or more input in the 22 than I expected. Sad Armor 4 doesn't. Oh, it doesn't respect the HOTAS for mapping? That sucks. yeah, I was hoping I could like trick Battlefield into letting me fly with this, because I wouldn't use VR. I would still have I've got a controller up here. So like this is just like an Xbox looking adjacent controller that I'll use for Battlefield and stuff. But like I would use that, and I was hoping I could also like register this in the game as an active controller. Then I would map like this to like the collective would be the throttle or the up, the down, whatever they have their control set up. And I was going to try to make it HOTAS. At least I'm not saying hot ass, because today was supposed to be leg day and I did not do it. I was lazy today. Not that proud of myself for that. But I am streaming. I'm my favorite YouTube guy, Cletus McFarland. He does a thing called Month of Freedom, and every May he posts every single day in May. I'm going to do my best to either post a video or stream every day. I'm going to do my best. I can't make promises. I may get work, and that may hinder me. And if I'm working, that's great, because I'm making money. Even though I'm technically making money now, it's not like work money, you know? If I was making more than work money doing this, I'd be doing YouTube full-time. But since I have full-time time right now, I might as well kind of treat this full-time-ish. So I'm going to get back to producing some videos and script ideas and developing those, and hopefully filming those more, because there's a lot of stuff I've already filmed, but I'm holding myself and my ideas to an extremely high standard, and that's going to end up ruining me. I think me and Valeska were talking about this the other day in messages or something on Instagram. But I was like, don't let perfection get in the way of good enough. And like, I have these ideas for stuff, but I also know that I'm not at the point with my equipment even to produce the level of video that I want to. And like, I could use crappier equipment to do it, but then it won't give the full effect of what I want it to do. So I think I'm just going to kind of soft that in, produce it. I already have basically every single B-roll. I just kind of have to do script reading and stuff now. So I think I'm going to go ahead and do that, because I've got like 5 or 6 videos already scripted and written and stuff. Behind door number, yeah, another ridge line, exactly. I wish I knew where the Iranian border was. I don't think we're going to cross into Iran until we get down to the coastline, which is still 114 miles away. And this line, we could go south 30 miles or something. You can see it on the very, very bottom of the iPad screen. You can see the Gulf, or really the southern part of the strait, or really opening up into the bigger Gulf. I don't know. It might even be considered Indian Ocean at that point. Who knows? That's for one of them geology people. The geography fellas. New phone, HOTAS. It just doesn't play. It just doesn't work. Sorry. But yeah, so hopefully a lot more posting this month. And if this works, same thing as last summer, and I get picked up for Will Trent again, and there's nothing during the summer, which I'm hoping something comes up in the summer, then, you know, no big deal. You just continue doing this. But I'd rather try to build momentum and keep the momentum going. And then also the fact of the streaming, this is lazy. It's something I need to do. The Around the World series needs to have a conclusion, that's for sure. But this is also like the lazy content creation. It's evening time, I'm not doing anything. I get this on, I plug it in, I put it on my head, I start up the stream, I do this, and it's considered content, you know? And if it's a 3-hour stream and I have 10 people that are kind of watching consistently, on and off, you know, I'm getting like 20 or 30 hours of people watching something. Where it's like, cool, if you have a 5-minute video and people only watch a minute of it, like, you gotta get all hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people with eyes on your content to get the same amount of watch time that streaming does. So that's nice. But I think the consistency also goes a long way. That's why I've been trying to do like the startup videos and stuff. Even if they're not big hitter view makers, they'll slowly gather views, and also posting gives it a very like consistent use of the channel sort of thing. I don't know, there's a lot of things behind it, and short story long. Hopefully this month I can follow the inspiration of others by posting as many days of the month as I can. And then on top of that, June and July as well. And maybe into August. All depends on film schedules. Or, you know, if I get a normal job, maybe I do normal job stuff. Or I win the lottery. If I win the lottery, I'm getting a giant, fully articulating Podium 1 helicopter simulator. And we're still doing the Around the World series, but we're doing it with a $80,000 piece of equipment and the best things money can buy. Oh. So where are we relatively now? Okay, cool. We're getting there. Curious what this purple line here is. I don't know if that's a... I don't think it's a border. I think it's an airspace thing. I don't know. I don't know how other... I mean, if I win the lottery, I'm obviously getting a real helicopter. But also, I'd like to have a decent sim setup at home. And even cooler would be if I had a decent sim setup that I could change over between driving and flying. That would be the goal. And the ultimate goal as far as a home setup. Because, like, I enjoy this being the zero repercussion machine. That's huge. That's fun. I can stuff this helicopter into the ground repeatedly, and it's not costing me any money than the cost of electricity and, like, cost per hour of whatever. Like I said, I think I'm at like 700 or 800 hours right now in the simulators from flying on my own and streaming and everything, which brings my cost per hour on this for what I spent to like $4 or $5 an hour that I'm paying to fly this. And of course, the more that I fly it, the more that lowers itself. If I fly 4,000 hours on this, it's cost me $1 an hour to use. Not including electricity, which this is drawing a decent bit because it's a stouter gaming PC. I'm assuming we probably draw like 500 consistently. I need to look at that someday, but today's not that day. A few more mountains, more jaggedy, less ridge-like here. These are more... I mean, it's very obviously different, right? It looks nothing like the mountains we were just going over. Yeah, sim setup at home was long, but I'd have to get a newer flight sim version, 2028 whenever it comes out, and hope that they have enough photogrammetry to like have a good satellite view of my yard that I can fly fake helicopters in my real yard. The goal, the dream, if you will. No, plus there's a company called Loft Dynamics who builds a full motion simulator, and it's augmented reality as well. So it sees your hand and it programs and puts your hand into the stream. So when I'm reaching out with my hand, I don't need a controller, and I can come down here and I can press buttons and turn knobs and stuff like that. That would be cool. It's great for professional level training. I know a lot of companies use something like Loft or similar. Loft's kind of like the main name right now. There's always been Flight Safety, but Loft's like the new kids to the game because they do VR and they primarily do helicopters, which Flight Safety didn't do helicopters for a while. But what Loft does with theirs, it makes it super easy for, with VR, it becomes so much easier for helicopters. Just like once I started doing VR with this, it became so much easier for me. But it's great for professional level stuff because if you're doing emergency procedures, it's a lot easier for me to reach with my real hand and click buttons and do stuff and flick breakers with my real hand than trying to like pause and pick this up and come down here and look for the breaker that's popped and click it and fight this thing to make it work. So like on a professional level, it's great because you can really, really train your emergency procedures. On a home level, if you want to do all of that, sure, it's better. It's a good thing to have. But I like that this is still good, but find the hole. Yeah, exactly. Go to Antarctica. Where's the wall? Find the wall and the hole in Antarctica. I do want to helicopter from Antarctica all the way up the Pan American Highway to, not really Arctic Circle to Arctic Circle, because you can Arctic Circle. I'm not going to make it over this peak with there's a downdraft. But I do want to do the flight from Antarctica to South America, or vice versa. It is possible. I've measured it out. It's something that can be done, and I would like to do it. It would just be a very long, boring day. And I think our helicopter that's capable of it, the 225, it's so buggy right now that it's not possible with it. Which I'll have to show you guys if anybody's sticking around after we make destination today. I'll do a shenanigans session where we hop in the 225 and I'll just show you how buggy and broken it is, which sucks because it's a good long haul helicopter. Yeah, and it's like there's a very small part of me that wants to go to Antarctica in the Around the World stream, because then it turns into a touching all the continents stream, because we did do Australia. We didn't have to, but we did. But this will be in every continent except for Australia, because even though I'm going to get back into New York and I could just come straight back down to Georgia and finish, I'm going to avoid my area, go to Florida, hit the Cletus's thing, like the Freedom Factory stuff, jump the Keys and the Bahamas and stuff, and hit all the island nations going down to South America, then pop into like Colombia, then back up Central America. That way we can at least have all like the major continents. Shenanigans, exactly. Don't say that again. I'll pistol whip somebody. So we'll have all the major continents. I just don't see the value. Now, if I had no offense to my regulars who are in here, but if I had 3,000 people watching consistently, or 2,000 or 1,000 or 500 or something, where this could be a sustainable income, then yeah, I would go to Antarctica and make this a whatever, a 7 continents sort of thing. But I don't, it's not worth it for me to, which, don't get me wrong, I enjoy flying helicopters, but this is not exactly exciting. And then going down there, it's like, cool, you get a whole bunch of like East Coast, South America, which is some mountains and hills, but mostly flat, not a lot of variety. You get south, you have a big water crossing day. Then immediately the next day is the same water crossing back. And then you fly up West Coast, which is just following the Andes the whole time. Again, beautiful. But it'd be like, I mean, it's a quarter globe. It's like a 10-day stream just to go down, do the cross, and 10 days back up. Or more. You know, I'm not doing full-time, full-day, like wake up at 8 a.m. and fly till 8 p.m. sort of things. I mean, it's like I'm doing 3 hours a night, sometimes more depending on schedule and stuff like that. And it's just not, it's not worth it for me to go to Antarctica in this around the world thing. Plus I wasn't even going to go to Australia to begin with. But Tom shows up and he's an Australian fella, so we go down to his home country for him. But I will do a Pan American or north to south series, maybe not next, because I like the idea of having some sort of continuous series that has an end to it, because I started doing the EMS series, but that could technically go on indefinitely, you know. It's not like we're it's just kind of like a fly to a point, go to another point, fly to a point, go to another point, just try to do it professionally, like no shenanigans. But I like having the idea of a finite series to fly and to record and to stream. Because there's a goal, too. It's not like you're just aimlessly flying. And although we do kind of use this as a podcast and yap about sort of thing, it's not terrible. It's not unbearable with no goal in mind. Anyways, that's how I feel about it. Don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys want Antarctica, but I think that's worth it for a different stream, where I only have to do a 6-hour water crossing once and not twice in a row. Definitely getting a lot more Gulf on the far south down there, and it's only like 10 miles south. If we were to go up higher, we could probably see it. There's just a lot of hills and cliffs and everything that's going to restrict our view. And very rough photogrammetry out here. Boy, that's an updraft right there, isn't it? Shoo! It's got punted to 1,000 foot per minute climb out of nowhere. Which also means there's 1,000 foot per minute sink somewhere. So we gotta be aware of that. But mountains will affect air for a long way in real life. So you gotta be aware. Gotta be aware when flying mountains. I mean, I think over that far, far hill way out there, I think that's, it might be coast. Because we'll have this water crossing, we cross Saudi, a little hop into Egypt, which that's more of a river, just depending on where we canal it or if we do it in their Gulf. And I'll go ahead and say tomorrow's water crossing, because I'm not going to go 1 hour upshore on tomorrow's stream. Like, nope, that's it. If anything, I'm going to go an hour upshore and then 2 hours into Saudi, because the next flight will be the Blackhawk. And I say tomorrow, welcome back Southwest Aviation. I say tomorrow, hopefully streaming tomorrow, but if I'm helping Dave with something, I might preemptively, after our we flew, we topped off on fuel. I don't know if you were there for the fuel stop, but we flew. We're currently 80 nautical miles from our second fuel stop. But you didn't miss much. But I may preemptively, after we finish tonight, I may preemptively record and edit and upload a YouTube video. You're California now. I expect videos from all the private airports out there, you know. I expect to see a lot of good private jets and executive jets going in and out of your next videos. But yeah, so after we finish tonight, I may do another quick how to start video on something and just have it uploaded, edited, and on YouTube, but unlisted, not posted, not published yet. So in case I end up doing something tomorrow and not being home in time to do this, then I can at least say, like, okay, cool, it's going to be too late by the time I get home. Click the upload or click the publish button, and at least there's 2 days in a row and I can continue. Van Nuys, that's the one. Perfect, that's the airport I was looking for. Dude, looking at the parking situation at Van Nuys is wild. And when I say the parking situation there, I mean the absolute lack of a parking situation there. It's like I'm scared to be curious about what it costs to park something like a Gulfstream there. I mean, the schools, they already have their little trainer planes and stuff. But anybody who's not a school, like, it's got to be thousands of dollars a month just for like a Cessna. And then something big like a Gulfstream or a Falcon, Global, some whatever. Whew. It's like, no, I could understand why a lot of them would just park their things like mid-California somewhere. Let's see. Now, when you come through here, we got a great Vietnamese Lao place that we can have a hot date at. Do you say hot because it's actually going to be spicy, or hot because it's me and you in the same room together? You lived in Van Nuys? On the airport or just in the town? Because I don't think you're allowed to live in the airport. Look at that, guys. We are 10 miles from the coast off of our south side there. Of course, a bit further in the direction we're going, still 70-something miles, but both. Okay, perfect. Hot food, hot people, the way I like it. Everything's looking good. Turbine outlet temperature still showing hot, even though I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it is 95 degrees outside, but I guess that's okay. Whatever. I mean, even if I was cruising at 40% throttle, it's still showing me the same temperature as me flying at 65% throttle. or 65% torque, rather, sorry. In the town. Oh, okay, so you didn't live at the airport. You're not that cool. I mean, I do have my kneeboard. It's not over here. It's on my my headset bag. Oh, in the VR display? That'd be cool. You only flew into LAX. Didn't have the money for Van Nuys. Van Nuys ain't cheap. Are there any public or commercial flights that go into Van Nuys? Or is it all just... There probably is. Because one of the videos I'm working on, which will probably be my biggest video for a long time, which I need to work on it more. I'll have a lot of time here soon whenever I'm not streaming or making the other little videos. But I want to do a video on regional airports and feeder airports and support airports and like different levels. I want to talk about how some of those like have like, because you think like, cool, I want to fly to LA, so like you fly into LAX, but there's like 4 airports around the Los Angeles area that also accept flights commercially to take weight off of the big people there at LAX. So, anyways, but yeah, a kneeboard down there would be cool. But also, like, I mean, I'm like, man, that sucks to look down, but my neck kind of hurts right now. So, I slept on it crooked, and now it's complaining at me. Yeah, but I did wear my kneeboard the other day, and I was reading comments from right here. So that was cool. And I could do that again, but I'm so used to looking over here at my phone that it just makes sense to keep using this thing. Sean's adios, good night to you, good night to Berlin, and good night to the cats too, I guess. Have a great night's sleep. 8 hours, nothing less. Also, I will say it was fun the other day. One of my good homies, Mikey, I was like, man, I really want to go on another flight. And now that I'm privately rated, I can obviously give people rides. And I can pro rata as well, which means instead of me paying $400 an hour to rent an R22 wet, don't get me wrong, dry price, that would be wild, but that's with fuel and everything. But about $400 an hour wet, it's pro rata, whatever, is a term in the FAA rulebook saying I can not really ask for shares from people, but it's like I don't have to give friends rides, obviously. But if I do, I can be like, hey, I'll give you a ride since you're one of my friends, but to help cover the cost of the rental and fuel and everything, I can accept up to like 49% or 50% of the share, you know, so it's a $400 rental, $200. And I think we did a 1.1 hour rental, so it ended up being fine, no big deal. A little bit more out of my pocket, which is even better in the law's eye, because if it's like, cool, $400 for a flight, I'm getting a free flight, somebody else is paying for it like I was a commercial pilot, no bueno in the eyes of the law. Allegedly. That's the way they're looking at it. They don't want people offering tour flights and somebody else's helicopter and making money even though they're not commercial and risking other people's lives. But they look at pro rata just like, cool, if you're giving your friend and y'all are going on like a vacation from Atlanta to Florida, usually if you're friends and like you're about evenly matched money wise or whatever and it's a group trip, like people will split the cost of fuel and food and stuff like that. You know, everybody pays for their own food. It's not like I'm paying for everything. I'm not paying for all the fuel. I do a tank going down. He does a tank going back. So that's the way they look at pro rata. So, was like, man, I really want to fly. And I knew Mikey wanted to fly with me. Which he's been in here. He's the one that we make fun of Tom about the blade oil with. I was like, hey, Mikey, you want to go fly? And I've already explained the pro rata stuff to him before. So he's like, oh, yeah, I'm down. And, yeah, we went for a flight. And it was super cool because I'm getting to feel the helicopter out a bit more now on my own time. Because usually, during like all my solo flights previously, I haven't flown alone since training. All my flights have either been with another instructor doing like a instrument R44 or with like friends or family. But all the flights so far, like they were like either my first ones after getting the license. I'm still being very timid-ish with it. Like, okay, cool, super easy turns, super easy takeoffs, nothing really pushing or chasing any limits. So a passenger pays for the rental. No, you cannot pay for the rental. You can pay for half the rental legally. So if they were to audit me somehow, which I don't think anybody ever would audit somebody, they're like, okay, cool, looks like Zorp Z sent you $200. And if we flew an hour flight, they'd be like, okay, cool, that covers that half. Now, if you sent me like 400 and then we only have like an hour logged and they're looking into it, which I don't know why they would. I don't know what would cause an FAA audit of hours in pro rata. I think you have to be just like egregiously devious. Like posting on Facebook to like your friends like, hey guys, I'll sell these rides for $400 and you go for a helicopter ride without the rules of the schools or the tour companies or whatever. I think at that point they'll get you. But I don't think like, let's just say it's the $400 thing and you pay $200 for your fair share, and if we only do a 0.9, I don't think they're going to like come kicking in my door and stealing my license for like accidentally getting an extra like $25 from somebody. But legally speaking, like, cool, don't piss them off. But also, it's like I've done a lot of work and stuff for Mikey as well, so he could just as well have paid me more. I'd be like, hey, that other money was for helping me out with this stuff that you do for free. Like, there's a lot of times, like, he needs help with his boat or something, and I'll come up there and help them do work, and I don't ask for anything because he's just a homie, you know? It's like he could have called it a reimbursement and paid more, and then it all depends on how much you want to fudge the rules. I don't mind playing by the rules. But if I could get more money for it, it'd be great because that makes training cheaper for me. It makes building hours cheaper for me. And I think people that would be riding with me would still get well value out of it, and I'm also not going to do anything fucking stupid either. I'm not taking money from somebody else who would also, like, it's not like, so, like, my friends aren't going to go to the school that I went to and get a helicopter tour from the school. But since it's me and they want to, like, promote me flying and be my friend and, like, help make it cheaper for me to get hours, they'll gladly come and, I don't want to say buy a flight for me, but go in and split cost of the flight with me. But anyways, what I was getting at, like, doing all my flights before, like, we were in the 22, so I'll even slow down here to those speeds. So, like, the Robinson stuff, you don't want mass bumping and things, so, like, you could never, like, push forward and do a low G thing like that. And usually the fastest I'm flying is, like, 80 max. Like, if I wanted to orbit somebody, like we were flying over your house or something like that, it'd be like a very, very slow sort of orbit, making sure I'm staying in trim as we're going around, like, nothing exciting, whatever. But with Mikey, we went and flew over the dock at the lake that he lives at, and went to go fly over a friend's house and somebody else's place too, and then into the confined area field. So with him, we weren't doing 80 knots, but we were still doing like 60. But like, I put her in a steeper turn, like a more aggressive turn, still kept the airspeed, still kept everything well within operating limits. But during training and everything, and during like my first flights after training, after being licensed, they were so very timid, you know, like the helicopter basically stayed level the entire time. And like it felt cool and it felt good to be like, okay, cool, I don't need to be worried about turning the helicopter to here as long as I have the correct airspeed and altitude and everything like that, which obviously it's stuff you learn in school, you just never really exercise it or practice with it. But it felt nicer to put a bit more turn into it and be like, okay, cool, like I do have this on the reserve. Because also in the real helicopter, the cyclic's higher. Right now I have all this room to move it over my legs and everything, but in real life it's kind of like really jammed down into you. You don't have as much room as my sim, believe it or not, at least in the R22. So it was really, really nice to be like, okay, cool, if I do get into something, you know, I can huck some angle at it. I can do this, or I can exercise like a more aggressive max performance takeoff to get out of something if I need to. Because he's a guy that also would like to get his helicopter license. So he didn't control the controls. FAA, if you're listening, I'm aware of SFAR-73 and that nobody's allowed to do any of the controls of a Robinson helicopter unless they've had the correct SFAR training from a certified SFAR instructor. He didn't touch the controls. He's terrified of heights, which is a funny thing to want to fly helicopters with. But to be able to, he's mechanically minded. He's a car guy. So when I explain this happening or something else happening, Helicopter King, if you're in here, I see your CH-53 video you just posted. So for me to do these things and explain it while I'm doing it, and on like one of them we came down into ground effect from a steeper approach, and he's like, oh wow, you can really feel like the change in ground effect. And I was like, yeah, cool, watch this. So I'm hovering in ground effect and we're looking at the gauge, which is right here on the, that's rotor RPM, so I think it's either right here on the Robinson, that shows your manifold pressure. And we've talked about this before, especially like in the high altitude landing video that we did a while back. I think that was like maybe Valeska's first stream with us, where I had to do like a running landing and a running start to get going because we didn't have the power to get off the ground. But it was like cool, like hovering in ground effect, we were pulling maybe 19 inches of manifold pressure, and we were limited to 22.9, I think. I was like, cool, here we are in ground effect. Ground effect's usually whatever your rotor diameter is, but turned sideways, and like your ground effect gets progressively more as you get that much lower. And then I kind of did like a max performance vertical-ish thing. It didn't go straight up, it was more of a very slow progressive pull. But it was like, and if you watch, like I'm going to be adding power, so obviously we're going to go higher, but then I'm going to get to 20 feet or so up, just maintaining a still hover, and you'll see that we're now using almost all the available power that we had, the 22.9-ish. I was like, that's how much ground effect really has an effect on us. It's a pretty measurable thing. So like showing him stuff like that, or like max performance getting out of a hole where you kind of vertical and start moving forward at the same time, but not as your normal takeoff profile or the preferred safe takeoff profile. It's like, cool, like you got to get your altitude up because you won't be able to turn and just drive up the trees to get out of a hole. So you got to put a lot of altitude at it first and then kind of progressively add the forward in there so you can have some sort of ETL airspeed beforehand. So like it was fun being able to explain that stuff to somebody who could comprehend all of that at the same time and appreciate the physics and the mechanics and everything going along with that. So yeah, I mean, it was basically the same thing I was doing with Brady with the Kid Civilian. with the scuba stuff. Of course, like I said, there's no scuba license, but there is flying licenses. And I don't know if people go to jail for flying without a license. I don't know. Is that a thing? I don't know who Sky Police is. If you just do it in like small town airports and you never do anything wrong and you just like get lucky by avoiding things, like I don't think you'll ever have a problem. Anyways, don't fly without a license. But I was just kind of doing the same thing for him, except like Brady, I let him try the scuba stuff, obviously, because it's like, oh, cool, we're at a shallow end of a pool. I can kind of run him through how all this shit works. But like, I wasn't letting Mikey manipulate controls or anything like that. But it was neat to be able to talk about things and show him things. Like, we didn't do an auto. I didn't show him vortex ring state or anything like that. Like I said, he was scared of heights, and those things would probably kind of freak somebody out, and he didn't want to try the autos. But even then, like, obviously I wouldn't be going full down. I wouldn't even be going super, super low. I'd probably only do it for like 200 feet or so, where it'd be like, okay, cool, and look, this is auto-rotated descent. And yeah, like, that's as scary as it gets right there, just descending at that angle. What a weird, like, style of mountains and hills. There's just nothing out here. Barren land. Why are we fighting in this area again? There's nothing out here. It was nice to go out with that and be able to talk, because one of my other friends who hops in here every once in a while, Pee-wee Man, he was in here earlier talking about the Biffle crash. When I took him up, even though he's mechanically minded, he understands that stuff, he's not as interested in flying in helicopters and things like that. So for me and him, we were just kind of talking and chatting about stuff and like looking at places and things and whatever. With my dad, when I gave him a ride, I told him, I was like, hey, ask any questions you want to, and I'll kind of explain things as I'm doing them, because I like doing that anyways. I like talking as I go. Sorry, readjusting myself a little bit. There's oil in these hills. They got gold in these hills, boys. Oh yeah, and autos are fun. And it all depends on your entry. I don't know if I've talked to you since I got my license, really, about autos, Mr. Zorp. But, they're so much more boring than what I expected, which is what made it hard for me. So here in the sim, when you do an auto, you can, like, fine-tune everything. Like, as you're going down, you'd be like, my rotor RPM's a little bit low, so you could like, pull back on the cyclic just a little bit, or lower the collective just a little bit, and you can like micromanage your RPM the entire time you're going down, like playing the piano a million keys a second, just beep, 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 like really like dialing it in. In real life, it's like you're doing the 75 knots or so entry speed, and you do down, right, aft, and like a little bump up to like check the collective up, and that's it. Like there's no micromanaging, there's no nothing. You just kind of like sit there, and that's it. And that threw me off so much because I was expecting to micromanage it. So when you put a little input in, it takes a second for that input to show itself, but it puts in a lot more inertia, or takes away a lot more inertia than you expect. And then of course, like I said, it takes a second for the blades to spin up or slow down depending on what the inputs that you put in are. And if you do it and then you see it, then you chase it, then you chase it, then you chase it, you get into like a bigger and bigger pilot-induced oscillation. Just like when you're learning how to hover and you're trying to overcorrect for stuff, same thing can happen chasing your rotor RPM in an auto. So really, it's just like the setups the hard part of it. If you can't set it up, you're not going to have a good auto. And for anybody that's super unfamiliar, auto rotation is using the falling motion of the helicopter to put air up through the blades, therefore spinning the blades just like blowing in a pinwheel, and then when you get near the ground you can take all that stored inertia of the blade spinning and use that to cushion your landing and land normally. I mean, you can set it down on a helipad if you are within sight of a helipad if you're good enough. Oh yeah, we are close. Everything's flattening up more and more and more. Cool feeling getting like to this like a milestone-ish episode. I think the next episode will be more milestone because we'll actually be crossing the strait. That's basically how you do all your high-speed landings in ARMA, but also super steep angles. Yeah. And also the initiation, like depending on your instructor, a lot of times they say like don't like snap cut the throttle off when you're doing it because that could cause an engine stall. So like really when you're entering the auto, it's like the down, right, aft or whatever, and then you close your throttle. But and you're closing it progressively, everything can be like a smooth entry into it because usually during your discovery flight, the instructor, when you enter the auto, he'll be like, okay, I'm going to show you an auto rotation just so you can see, and he'll be like, and like really, really shove her in there. And sure, it enters a fine auto and everything, but like, to what avail? When I did a checkup ride here recently, just to make sure I was good to still do rentals and everything, the instructor's like, okay, cool, set us up for a straight-in auto, whatever, enter like 70, 75. I was like, we were doing the 75 enter, so we did that. And the one thing I had to start telling myself, the cadence is down, right, aft, close, bump. And what the close is, are down, right, aft, bump. And when you hit the bottom, of course, that's as low down as the collector goes, but you bump it up a little bit because all the way down is too much. So, me being so used to doing autos in the sim here, even though I'm flying now and I turn the throttle all the way down, everything's still working. I have to like click the governor, click the throttle off, hit it a few times, and there we go, and then it does it. So it's I'm used to like having to fight the sim to make the engine like return to idle. So when I'm entering the autos here, it's like I'm manipulating that as I'm already lowering the collective. And I did that in real life, and when you close the throttle while you still have pitch in the blades, and pitch in the blades being the collectives at like a cruising power setting, if you close the throttle then, your blades are going to slow down fast. Like you have maybe 2 seconds to put your collective all the way down, or else you're going to kill the blade speed enough to where you're not going to recover. Especially if it was an actual engine out. Having the throttle, you may be able to like rev the engine and get it to actually pick the rotor RPM back up again. Autos, when I take you up, we may. I'll probably do like a soft entry one. It also depends on winds and how I'm feeling that day. If I haven't done an auto in a month, I probably won't. But I feel like whenever me and you go up, it'll be within like a week where I do like 2 or 3 flights consistently. And I'm trying to at least do one whenever I'm out now. So I want to be comfortable enough in it. Although, like I said, they're not hard. It's just, it is putting yourself in an emergency landing situation. So, if you want to, sure. If not, also no feelings hurt. Just like Mikey said, he didn't want to. We didn't do it. Didn't hurt my feelings. Later, though, he was like, man, I wish we had done some autos. Dude, I told you. He's hooked. Poor guy. But something super boring. Oh yeah. So the emergency thing, like whenever you do your check ride in the helicopter, the designated pilot examiner, the DPE, used to be an FAA checkman, but FAA doesn't check helicopters anymore, so you have to hire an independent person to do your check ride. Beforehand, he's like, just so you know, at some point we're going to have a simulated failure for an emergency auto rotation. We won't have to land anywhere, but when we do it, you will have to tell me. We're going to be, like, once you set up your glide and everything, say, hey, I'm aiming for this field, and pitch and speed appropriately for it. It's just to make sure that you can react, whatever. And we were flying, and he's like, and he has his hand on the throttle, and I can kind of see him because I've got good peripheral, so I'm watching. I'm like, okay, cool, here comes the emergency. And he goes, look, you have an oil pressure light. And he's like, oil pressure light, look at the gauge, there's no oil pressure, and engine out. And it was quicker than that, like oil pressure light, oil pressure gauge, engine out, and he closes the throttle on me. So then it's intern auto rotation, but that kills the rotor speed so quick because you're entering it with pitch in the blades. But I was watching him, and like I'm pretty in tune with rotor RPM anyways. A lot of people don't. It's like listening to the exhaust in your car. You wouldn't mind, but it'd be cool. Yeah, it's not that bad. Especially like with an easy entry, you're not like floating as you're going down or whatever. It's extremely mild actually. But yeah, like I'm very, very in tune with the sound of the helicopter and how the helicopter's performing. Because another thing, we can see water now. Because another thing that they do, the instructors and the DPE, they'll check to make sure that you can do a low rotor RPM recovery. So as you're flying, they'll slowly roll your throttle down, and then the low rotor RPM horn will come on, and you have to lower the collective, pitch backwards a little bit to put more air through the system, and force the, like, override the governor by twisting throttle up. And most of the time, like, you cruise at like 104% blade RPM. Is like the usual cruising or so. The low rotor RPM horn doesn't come on to 97. I usually catch them around 101 or 102 RPM. Because like, you can see my hand here on my collective. I have 2 fingers on the throttle, which is this twisty bit here. And I have 2 fingers on the actual bar of the collective itself. And that's how I fly. 2 on, just kind of generally holding it because I can feel the collective or the governor actuating the throttle. At least in the real, not on this, but in the real helicopter, you can feel the governor actuate the throttle. So I like to feel that, and I'm also like I said, I'm in tune with it. I can hear it, so I can hear them lowering the RPM. I can feel the throttle going down, which I typically ignore just because I'm like, okay, cool, I don't want to like know what's happening because of that. I want to know what's happening because of the sound. And the last guy who was doing it to me on my checkup ride the other day, he was doing it, and I was like fighting against him, like on the throttle and doing the pitch back and collective down. And he's like, are you holding, or like afterward, he's like, yeah, were you holding the throttle on that? And I was like, I ride feeling the throttle move around. And I was like, I was 2-finger pushing back because I could feel it. I heard the RPM go down like 1 or 2%. Like I heard it before he put it in the horn, because he had to like fight it out of my hand before then. I was like, dude, I'm flying a finely tuned machine, for lack of better terms. Like I enjoy legitimately being in tune with it. Cool, we are close now. I say close, but we're 30 miles. So we can barely see it, but there is a peninsula up there. We're going to go get fuel there. I think we're going to do an FBO stop as well, because I have got to use the little pilot's room. And then we'll have another... Oof, pretty long run, actually. $250. Do I want to do another 2 hours tonight? I think what we may do, we may stop at this one here. But we'll make this like a second fuel stop, or we've got enough to go straight there. Because that'll be 45 minutes, and that'll put us at 12:30 or so stopping. I like that. Okay, I think we're just gonna like work on. We'll still follow the coast down here and just see this, but we're just gonna go direct to our second coast stop, because we have 3 stops on the coast: fuel, secondary fuel if we need it, and then final. But the final's like another 200 miles past that, and I'm not wanting to do that. No, Karg's way further up the line. Karg's like northern bit of the it's not even in the strait, it's in the Gulf. There's the straits right here. Karg Island is like, yeah, this is Karg Island. It's way up here. It's like a 3-day flight to Karg. So the plan is, tonight we're going to get here. Tomorrow or the next stream, the next day, will be from here straight across into Saudi. And then we're going to do Saudi in like 2 days to get over to the Suez. What a weird little mountain range, hill range thing here. I would assume it's pretty seismically active over here, because this feels a lot like a rift or a fault or something like that. Also, I do have somebody who wants to skydive out of a helicopter with me. I don't think it's a great idea in the 22. Just because getting up to like 6,000 to 7,000 feet to establish an out-of-ground effect hover at 6,000. I think he said he can jump at 5 is what he's cleared for. But establishing a hover at 5,000 feet with another full-grown person in there where we're near max gross weight, that really brings our hover ceiling down, especially for out-of-ground effect. African and Asian platesmen here. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Because it definitely seems very, like the way all the hills and ridges and everything are, seem very seismic. So that's rough in the 22. I think in the 44 it would be fine. At that point it would just be a confirming with the school, like, hey, I'm doing a rental. I've got a friend who's like a 1,000+ dive licensed skydiver who wants to jump. And either we have a piece of private property that he's jumping over, or optimally at in Thomaston, where that's set up for skydivers. Zorp, dude, thanks for dropping in here. I'm glad I messaged you. It's been a pleasure having you in here, dude. I will talk to you soon, and I'll be listening to your cute little voice next time I'm driving somewhere. So, sleep good, baby. And there's a little half a heart hand thing. We're doing. We have ground speed down there, 106 ground. Yeah. So we have a slight headwind right now. Flying as proper, like a real pilot. Yeah, this is one of those places where it really makes you feel and realize the scale. Like sometimes it's like you don't notice it as much, you know. Sometimes you don't get that feeling, but for some reason, just like how I'm using my hands, even though you can't see my hand, like somehow just feeling that, going like that, just seeing like distant coast over there, not even like big coast, but distant coast and that island peninsula sort of thing over there, it just has a very immense feeling scale. And even though we're not high up right now, it just feels like it. Like we're only 1,600 feet, something like that. Scrolling on rails while flying is better. Let's see. All the rivers and tributaries are starting to come through here, even though they're not much. Yeah, I always like the people who put big text on their reels when there's words, because it's a lot easier to read while I'm flying. All those little text reels are so annoying because I gotta do this and then take my hand off the cyclic and it can't be on my kneeboard, and it just makes it so pesky. Speaking of that, is the music off, or do I need to restart the music? It seems quiet. Let's see. Press this button. Where's my mouse? Because even if y'all don't like the music, I enjoy having a little something there in the background to kind of make it not feel as dead. That feels good enough. When you say some time ago, you mean like today? Oh, the mapping plane? That's funny. Holy crap, that's good. Is that on Google Maps? Google Maps doesn't do like planes, they're usually satellite stuff. Oh, that's funny. I love that. And it looks like Google type over this stuff. Weird. Oh, 10 minutes or so. Okay, so not too long ago. Yeah, even if the music wasn't like a vibe thing, it's a bit of a space filler, you know? Because talking for started at like 8-ish. For going on 4 hours now. Like, I can talk a good bit. But there's a point when it's like, okay, cool, I just need to relax a little bit, focus in. Still got 74 miles of flying. It's on Cooler 2010, okay. I remember there were some older, like back when satellite, it was called aerial view. And it was only in like certain big cities and stuff. This is back when I was in high school. Or even maybe even middle school. I don't know. A long time ago. This may have even been pre-you because I know you're younger. Without giving away too much. But there was a point when, I mean, even before Google Maps was a thing, there was like MapQuest and stuff like that. Which they were the big ones, and like the big thing that they did, other than doing turn-by-turn directions, the thing that I liked was they came out with aerial imagery of certain big cities and stuff like that, where it was not satellite, it was a plane or a helicopter or something, where they were going through and compiling aerial footage in areas for reference and stuff like that. And that was the shit for me back in the day. For my bit of like mapetism, that was my thing. A little bit more speed. But also, speaking of doing auto rotations and stuff with you, let me know whenever you're going to be back up here. There seems like a good spotting weekend for Speedway. Or even if you're doing somewhere between here and there. I wouldn't want to go all the way down there just because that's a lot of money to get down there flying wise. And then even if I were to just drive down there and do a day with the helicopter down there, one of the ones that they have, it's a class Delta, so then we have to deal with airspace and everything and a little bit less freedom. But next time you're up here in this area near my home airport or somewhere kind of in the vicinity doing stuff, if you give me enough heads up time, then I can schedule the helicopter. Because some people schedule it a little while ahead, especially if it's like a weekend and they're like, man, I really want to fly this weekend or whatever, so they'll schedule like 2 or 3 days ahead. But a lot of time it's like the day before, because they'll finish doing a lesson one day, then they want to schedule for the next day or whatever. Okay, cool. I'm waiting for a few things to move through, but I'll let you know when I'm feeling good and the weather's looking good and stuff like that. And we can do a few laps in pattern and we can fly out to the farm. And whatever all is happy and good with you and your people. So, I don't know. We'll figure something out. You'll get to go up. And then maybe I'll finally have you fully converted to rotor wing. The proper aircraft, as I like to say. Whoa, look at that rifting thing over here. I want to kind of head more this way because we're heading in that direction anyways, but look at that. That looks wild. I mean, all the stuff up here is just that. Just folds and folds of earth. Actually, I don't want to go down there because then that's more of a water crossing that I don't want to do. So we'll keep the higher line. Good luck, thank you. Yeah, I'll have a little inheritance from grandmother's side coming in. Not a lot, but like one of her accounts is maturing or something and they're cashing it out and handing a bit to me and my brother. And some of that will go to just savings and surviving money. But I do want to take a bit of it and buy a handful of hours. You know, just to keep consistent. I spent too much time off not flying here recently. A lot of that was just work was slow and everything. Anytime after May 22nd. Gotcha. And I told Helicopter King I'll take him up sometime, but with me and him both being full-grown adults, full-grown men that weigh more than 180 pounds, I think he's a bit over 200 and I'm a bit under 200. It puts us right over the happy weight and balance limits. But he's been working out and losing weight, so good for him. Very happy to see that. And he'll be able to, soon enough, ride in the 22 with me if he wants to do that. But if not, one day when I'm doing 44 stuff, he's more than invited to show up and ride along. Because I know he also wants to do like like full start from nothing. Like starting cold and dark, basically. So he wants to have that whole start, not just the exterior of a whatever turning on. He wants to see a button switch, check, whatever, do all that. And I even offered, I was like, hey, and I've got my secondary mic set up that we can plug in line and draw. Those are those rifts there, that's that ridge. Wild. Where we can draw that audio from. It's a big road, finally. Anyways, we can draw that audio from the mics if we wanted to use anything from the interior mics or whatever. Because I know some people would appreciate hearing that. Some people just want to hear the noises and the clicks and the sounds and the jingles and the jangles. He wants to do that, which, cool. I'll be happy to oblige. Very triangular looking area right there. Looks weird. Definitely a lot of washouts in these areas. Oh, and I've got my little notebook over here with helicopters I still need to do how to start videos. I'm making a list of things that I'm still annoyed with this game since release that they haven't fixed. That'll be a video coming out soon. That'll be one of the ones for this month. Needs to be done. It's a bigger river over here? Oh yeah. It's like you can tell we're getting closer and closer to final destination because I start flying lower and lower, just trying to get my attention more and more focused back in. Sitting here for 4 hours is definitely not as exciting. But sometimes you gotta do the longer treks. This river's not as exciting as I was hoping it was gonna be. Track because that gives me more of a overwater for the next. And I'm also debating on... Yeah, well, it has been that long, just about. Because we have another 30 minutes or so of this. What's our ground speed? 112. Okay, so we're about evened out here. Need to land. I may do a quick shenanigan just to do a startup on the 225, or I may cut out. I'll just kind of judge what the bladder's telling me at that point. But right now I'm trying to debate whether I'm going to fly low so I can see the waves on the water and it doesn't get as like crappy level of detailed distance rendering crappy. I think that may be the move. Because if I get too high, even though we can see the mountains over there, we can keep a good horizon. But a lot of these water crossing stuffs, if it's the right conditions, it just does not, like, the sea and the sky blend into one. Especially with 120 knots feeling as slow as this does right now, it turns into a hassle. So it's either... See, this feels like I'm crawling. That feels absolutely horridly slow. Actually, I'm going to stop at the water level and tune in my altimeter here, because I don't know what our I have no idea what our altitude is. It was showing us below altitude, so ooh, glitchy. Wonder what the weather looks like real quick. Home weather, not this weather. What? Okay. There's clouds, but no rain yet. I'm gonna follow this peninsula thing out as far as I can to here. I don't think it's worth that if I can just keep the ground off my right. Let's see. Come down here and set down on the shore real quick. ourselves a sea level setting. This Talx hanger is very, very accurate with the way it enters vortex ring state. So I was being very cautious there on the approach. I hate to stuff it this far in, you know. I'm so used to this with a high skid too that it feels weird sitting this low. Cool. 2971. Non-stop rain for me. Wow. Yeah, you can head out at any time you want to, dude. You owe the stream nothing. See, this is what I'm saying. Like here, I can fly low and see the level of detail in the water, and it's not that bad to fly over. But when you start looking at a distance, or when you get high enough, these waves disappear. And it becomes a pain to fly over. Less than half a tank of fuel now, 45 miles. 30 minutes or less. We're doing more than 90, so less than 30. We'll be averaging 110 or so optimally. A little short tailwind on us now. Yeah. Water flying is, even if you know it's a good helicopter, it's still a slightly unnerving. So the place I usually do confined areas or pinnacle landings is over at the farm that's southwest of the airfield that we trained at. And when I did my checkup ride, the instructor's like, hey, let's go up to the lake. There's a lake north of the airfield. I was like, no motorboats. If you want a boat on the lake, you have to like trailer in like a canoe or something like that. Or it's, anyway, super small lake. There's like a sandbar. He's like, we're gonna land on that sandbar in the middle of the lake. Kind of near the shore, but still water on all sides. So that was a unique experience for me. And also flying over the water of the lake is a very unique thing, because if there's an emergency, then you are having an emergency over the water and very low and in very non-good ways, because you're probably on like a steep approach or something coming into a confined area. Yeah, it was cool. Definitely want to use that again. If the lake's low enough, I want to land on the sandbar again. But it's funny when you're talking to people about lake and water stuff in emergencies. I usually don't bring it up, because if we're going to be high enough for whatever over a lake, then I'm going to land near the shore or on the shore if an emergency happens. But like, you kind of got to bring it up. And the official thing from Robinson, and I assume the same from many different helicopter companies, I've just only read the Robinson emergency procedures, if you have an emergency where you need to land on the water, like let's say oil pressure, whatever, you're losing your engine, but you still have some engine power, but it's going to go down, work on getting into hover or flying as slow as you can so your passenger can jump out, and then you keep going a little bit, and then you land, you try to put on the rotor brake if you can, and like try to turn everything off, like hit switches and stuff, because you'll kind of float there for a second, but then you tilt the helicopter to the side and you let the blades slap the water to slow down and stop. Then once that stops, then you get out. And same thing if it's not a control, if it's an auto rotation, it's like, cool, be prepared to get out once you get in the water. So if you want to be buckled up, or if you want to be unbuckled, your choice, but be ready to do that unbuckle, but do an auto rotation and land in the water and set down from the auto as low speed as possible, then tilt it to the side so the blades will stop spinning, and then you get out. And it's just such a weird thing to think about, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, you can be like, oh, that's a crazy thing, that's a wild work to do that. Like, no, like, I don't want to get out of a helicopter where it can still chop me in half in the water. Also, this does not feel like 500 feet, but we set the altimeter so we know where it's at. But I'm probably going to keep the 500 while we're doing this, just because I can still see water details. And that makes it that much nicer for like not being ridiculously bored and thrown off with a water crossing, which we're gonna have to get used to soon. Not super soon, but soon. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I stream every night, I would say a week to 9 days, and it will be crossing up into Greece. Although I do foresee being busy some days to where it could be like a video only day. But if I would say within 10 streams, we're going to be crossing up into Italy or Greece or something, going north over the Med. Of course, I could like follow up the east coast of the Med, but I kind of want to go to Benghazi for the reason it's Benghazi, and then do a water crossing going north. Kind of do Italy, the mountains, the Greece islands, and everything. Going up over the Alps, and we'll do H125 in the Air-Zermatt livery and all of that. And so that'll be 3 weeks away, max. It'll be before the. I think we'll be UK before the end of this month. Because even though I like the idea of posting videos more than streams are kind of the lazy and easy way out of doing trying to be consistent with daily content. And unless I'm just dog tired and don't want to do it around the world, we can pretty much expect all the streams to be around the world episodes also. I don't really have a reason to do a Doing Autos episode or an EMS episode unless I'm just bored of around the world, but I think we could just be pretty happy with an around the world month, basically. Also, 5 or 6 people in here, more than I was expecting. Because basically everybody's gone except for Mr. Southeast and Valeska, but I'm curious who the other few are. If you're in here and you got thumbs, feel free to type in the chat, say hey. If not, either way, thanks for being here. There's a like button that lets me know you're watching too. Dude, they're making a warehouse within like a mile of my house. And you generally know where I'm at. Or you know where I'm at. You probably just have to look it up again. I don't think you have it saved or anything. But like they're building a warehouse like basically next door to my neighborhood. And like the entire neighborhood fought it. Like we had a land trust that wanted to preserve the land that offered to buy it. And the county was just like, no, we're going to put a warehouse there anyways. Even though there's like millions of square feet of unused warehouse currently in the county, for some reason they want 50,000 more, 100,000 more, 200,000, 500,000 more fucking square feet of warehousing. It's ridiculous. I'm so done with county and city commissioners going fully against the will of the people and building these places. Like I have a small understanding, or no, I have a full understanding and a small acceptance of warehousing. They are doubling the size of the port in Savannah, widening it, making it all deep and passable, so double the amount of ship traffic can get into the port. It's already the biggest port on the East Coast. We're making it bigger. And with that, things need to get off the boats and make its way into the state and into the country. So, with that, they're going to want to get stuff off the boats and as quickly as they can get it as close to Atlanta as possible. And the reason I say this is because Atlanta is a hub. You have the hub right there. You have 75 and 85 going north and south out of it. They go all the way up to Michigan and up through like New York and stuff like that. You have 20 that goes to the west. You can go further north out of it. Like Atlanta's a good hub to kind of spider everything out and away. So they're going to want all of their warehousing to be as close to Atlanta as possible because it's as close to the distribution stronghold center point. A lot of rail stuff goes through Atlanta as well, interstate systems. If it's air freight, obviously it could use Savannah, but Atlanta is also an option too. Either way, like I understand that, and they've built a lot of warehousing around Atlanta, and I'm on the 75 corridor coming from Savannah. So they're populating as close to Atlanta as they can with warehouses, and they're just working their way south. And I happen to be in the area now where they're working their way south into. Like, I get why they're there, but also there's so many unused places that are currently there that are not being used, and I don't see them being used. Because they've already doubled what our current warehousing is. You don't need to triple it if you're only doubling the size of the port. Yeah, absolute betrayal, voted to represent the people, don't listen to them. They just listen to their pockets because they buy into some sort of thing, or they get kickbacks, their family owns a development company or something that's getting big money from brokering the deal or some shit. They originally planned to build a data center on residential land even close to my house, but Harris County didn't agree to make the land commercial. The data center company sued the county. That's ridiculous. Now they're making it slightly farther from my house and it's bordering the county. It's so dumb. And AI is so bad. Like, there's a goblin problem. I saw it the other day where, for some reason, ChatGPT, maybe? One of them, one of their newest versions, it just started, like, saying goblin. Like, in random answers or whatever, it would just say goblin for no reason. Like, no predictable reason why it would say goblin, but it could be replicated, and It would just start throwing the word goblin into answers. So now, instead of fixing it, because they have no idea why it's so stupid to do that, they have to make a line of code that says, like, do not mention goblins, ghouls, gnomes, whatever, in an answer unless it is directly related to what the person's asking for. And there's another one where it's like, hey, I need to wash my car, and the car wash is 100 yards away from my home. Should I walk or drive? And it's like, you should walk. Driving would be stupid. It's like, no, but you're washing the car. Like, that's all newer models and stuff like that. And also, the data centers, I don't want to say they wouldn't be good, but they wouldn't be as bad if they were paying for their own energy and their own water. Instead, people, homeowners, families, businesses, all of us are somehow paying their bill for them? Excuse me? Oh, but we're getting so much out of it. What am I getting out? They employ 6 people. You have like 3 nerds. No offense to anybody who's into like servers and stuff. You have like 3 nerds who are there like troubleshooting servers and plugging stuff, plugging it back in, turning it off, turning it back on. You have like a janitor, some people cleaning the parking lot and like facilities. Like, it's like a 10-person thing. At least with warehousing, you're hiring hundreds of people and you're giving hundreds of people jobs. You're not doing that with a data center. You're making noise. You're polluting the water. I don't care if it's clean when it comes out. You're changing temperatures in the water and putting it back into the ecosystem after running it through systems. And even if you're not dumping it back into like the ecosystem, you're using water from the ecosystem to cool your water through an exchange, like through a heat exchanger. Therefore, you're heating up our water and you're affecting our ecosystems. Or you're drawing so much out of aquifers and stuff to do it, then dumping into the lakes that you drain our aquifers, that we don't have city water. We have to run off of well water where we live. So tired of that. And like, I get it, data centers are a thing because people keep using AI and things like that. But people are also so stupid. There are so many NPC characters in this world, so many people who do not have an original thought in their brain, where whether they were using AI or not, they would be they're complete idiots. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they have a supercomputer in their hand burning a small African village's worth of yearly water intake to produce an answer for them on something. It doesn't matter. They're idiots. They always will be. And there will never be a unique thought in their head. Yet, the 80% of them that are in our population, in my opinion, nobody in our stream, my stream's only full of non-NPC cool people. That's why my subs are so low, by the way. But we have all these people doing this and ruining the world. To what avail? Then all these people want to use Claude and stuff for their businesses. Cool, you know, a monthly token or whatever on Claude to run like what me as a human would be like $6,000 or $7,000. Cool, guess what? That's how much you pay me. You're paying just as much for the AI as a human. You're getting the same work out of it. You still have to pay somebody to set it up and monitor it and prompt it and manage it and make sure it's not fucking up, because it is. And then it also hallucinates so it doesn't know that it's fucking up. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. There is a time and a place for it. Don't get me wrong. I do use AI despite me not being a fan. But it's mostly for generally as a extreme random number generator, like we were using for like the EMS streams. Just because it's like better than like, cool, pick a number between 1 and 10, and then I have all these spots that I did. It's like, cool, tell me there's an emergency somewhere and dispatch me. And it gives me a little bit more, you know, variety. And then I also use it as like a compare tool for products and things that are from like 2 completely different sites that you can't find a compare. There's no third party that sells both of them. It's like, cool, I'll use that to compare things or to like clarify something that may not be easily accessible in normal things. Like I used it to compare some Robinson helicopters the other day. There is the Robinson Raven 1, the Raven 2, the Clipper 1, the Clipper 2, the Astro's an old one I don't think they sell anymore, and a Cadet now. And there's no compare on the Robinson side. You just kind of have to like know what the different models mean. And if you don't know, then it's like, cool, then why do I have a R44 here that's $400,000, and why is there another one that I can option up to $1 million? Well, if you don't know, like, don't you know what the Raven 2 is? Don't you know what the Clipper 2 is? No, because there's no compare. So I like use it to, I was like, cool, what's the difference in these? Like, what, all of them? Tell me the difference between all of them. It's like, I'll use it for comparison across things that don't normally have a compare model. And even then, I'll still go back and check stuff. Because there was one day where I was like, hey, what's the smallest rotor diameter helicopter that's like a 4-seater currently sold in the US or something? And it was like, oh yeah, it's the Robinson R44. And I was like, does the MD not exist? And it's like, oh yeah, thanks for pointing that out. The MD 500's a very good like 4-seater or more helicopter with a smaller rotor diameter. Like, MD's a common helicopter. It's not like I was throwing like some weird niche brand or something in there. Like, niche brand or something in there. And it just didn't know. And most people would look at me like, well, yeah, AI said this. Well, AI's wrong. It's wrong more times than not in my experience. I said, random number generator, you can't get a random number wrong. I mean, even if it's not random, it's, for the way I'm using it, it's more than fine on that. And for the stuff where, like I said, where I'm using it to compare something, I'm doing it with the knowledge that I'm comparing something very specifically that I just couldn't normally do, and I'm going to go check its work anyways. And I guess a lot of people use different levels of stuff for coding. That's something that I don't know. So I can't speak to or from that sort of thing. I've seen somebody use it to like build a program where you input information of like metal that you're working with, if you're forging, and it can help talk about metal loss and whatever, and it puts it all out in like a pretty easy to visualize form where you can see different metals and forging and how it works. Like, yeah, sure, I guess there's a way to do that, but then you're still tweaking everything on top of it, so it's not doing it perfect. So you still need an engineer to come in and check all that stuff. And then you're just slowly making the human race even more and more stupid the more you do it. There's so many people who already can't think for themselves even before AI was a thing. Are those power lines that I see up here? Yeah, there's like so many people, like even before AI, just getting on Google, like, oh, let me check that. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Let me look at this. Let me research this. Let me look into that. You can't just figure it out yourself. You can't offer any like physical input of your own to work out a problem. And it's sad to see. Do y'all feel bad? No. Not at all. It makes me that much more attractive for mates, for friends, future partner, wife, for employment, for all of it. It makes me that much more attractive that I can think for myself. Am I putting myself at a disadvantage because I don't know how to work with Claude? Sure, don't care. Don't care. Not a single bit. I resort to using it from time to time when nothing else is yielding results effectively, but I hate that choice to use it as slipping, as it powers so many resources now anyways. Yeah. Cool, you gotta do it this way. I'd rather not do it that way. Gotta use our AI tool to do this. Fuck your AI tool. Like, I'm looking to build myself to be irreplaceable as a human. Is that the best thing, me still wanting to be a helicopter pilot? Probably not. But even if helicopter piloting goes away because of AI, see, I haven't looked at where we can land and do stuff here. So this is our airport. Just don't know where. Looks like a big ramp right there. I'll be looking for the fuel farm. So yeah, I'm trying to make myself irreplaceable. So even if helicoptering and stuff, in some aspects, will be replaced by AI, or machine learning program, this, that, blah, blah, here, there, whatever. Sure, it'll happen. I think everything's going that way eventually. And one day it may be good enough. But getting an AI ride, going on a tour somewhere, versus somebody like, even though I don't want to do tours my entire life, you know. But that, giving you a tour somewhere, or somebody like a human that knows the area and has some soul in it, you're like, oh man, I really liked it when you do that, and I can be like, oh cool, whip, like, give you like little fun ticks and things like that. Like, why not? Why not let that be the way? Don't let AI give you tours around places. So not used to these low skids. All the 500s I fly are high skids, and the low skid model is just weird for me. Okay, let's see. Governor off, roll the throttle down. Also weird that on the ground I get a functioning rotor RPM needle, but in the air I don't. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay, laser pointer doesn't work. Bless me. Oh man, I almost pissed myself when I did that. That's fun. Generator off. Anything else I want to turn off? Do. I want to say there's a rotor brake somewhere. Oh, all the way behind me. Okay, Shift C. 10. You're turned off. Why are you running? There's literally nothing keeping you running right now. No fuel, no nothing. Some of these things are like really, really bad for turning off, weirdly. I don't know what you do. Yeah, there's a weird, not a weird, a fucking annoying glitch on a lot of the helicopters. And apparently the airplanes too. I don't fly the airplanes. Yeah, you're not running. You're literally not running. Anyways, not our problem anymore. Thank you for watching episode 61 of Flying Around the World. Today we are either in Iran or close to being in Iran. Next episode will be out of Iran. And will be walked. Bless you, bless you. Thank you guys. That was definitely a sneeze. So, cool. That's it for that episode. I'm going to do a quick shenanigan thing real quick just to show you the 225 and how stupid it is. Go to Taiwan. Taiwan's up here. That's something else. Why is it cloudy everywhere? Okay, Airbus H225 Zipuma. Southeast Aviation, thanks for being in here, dude. Good night. See ya. Okay, here's how ridiculous this helicopter has become. Okay, so pre-flight. Gotta go around the outside. Gotta be close enough for my laser pointer to actually touch the thing. Can't take that off. Can I reach you? Okay, cool. I can reach you now. I can reach you. Hello? McFly? McFly? Cool, you still have wheel chocks right now. McFly? Can I use my mouse? So we have this. We have rotor lock up there. I can't click it with this. I can't click it with my mouse. I literally and annoyingly have to stand up, reach, and click that. What is that? Why? Why? That's so dumb. Like, give my laser pointer like an infinite reach. Wheel chocks, nothing. Wheel chalk, nothing. And a lot of times it'll crash you if you don't take the wheel chocks off. Because these are like stuck to the tires per the game's coding. Okay, cool. I'm going to hop out of VR real quick so maybe I can actually complete this so we can actually try flying the stupid thing. Nope. Of course, now I'm looking silly because I looked down when I wasn't in VR. I'll hop back in VR. So I guess I can't take the wheel chocks off now? Yeah, the shenanigans it's not all shenanigans, it's me complaining very publicly. There we go. Finally. Finally. After how long? Okay, cool. So now we're gonna hop inside. Shift C. I could click Shift E or Control Shift E or something to start the engine. Could. We're not going to. We're going to do it by the book. Even though right now our ELT is on, we're going to move that to armed. Okay, beforehand, making sure things are turned off. These should technically be down. So if you have an emergency, you go whip. But that doesn't work. Off, 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 off. Fuels off, 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 off. Everything's off. A lot of these are toggle buttons, so they're not toggle switches. Okay, so let's go through. Checklist, because of fuel trucks there. Pre-flight, radar dome, I looked at it. Pitot tube covers, static port covers, engine covers, cargo door, I looked at it. Wheel chocks, tail lock, main rotor socks. Cool. Battery switch on, true 1 on, true 2 on, alt on, alt on. So here, battery on. Those are on. 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 DC bus normal, emergency battery normal. DC bus normal, emergency battery normal. Anti-collision lights, beacon, position. This shouldn't matter. Anti-collision, position. Landing lights off. I have a switch down here, that's my landing lights. Engine 1 main switch, stop, stop, switch, switch, normal, normal. So we hit stop and stop, normal and normal. Fire handle off, that's both of these. Pushed forward. Rotor brake off, rotor brake lever armed. So that's armed. Because that's the rotor brake armed in that position. Warning unit test lights. So I gotta click this on. Cool, look, I can see everything. Click it on and off and make sure all my lights are coming on as needed. Pitot heat left and right off. Windshield heat's off. Does that say off or on? That says off. So I have those off. Shows the windscreen heats is on. I want those off. Windshield wipers, those are not turned on right now. Fuel pumps are all off. Fuel transfers off. Autopilot trim, roll, pitch, and the collective and cyclic force, which are these down here. Trim, roll, pitch, collective force. You learning anything yet? Good. Cool. Look, green check. We did everything there. Engine starting, fuel pump 1, 2, then main switch to flight. Why is the main switch going to flight and not idle? Weird. Okay, main switch 1 and 2. Take this one to flight. At this point we'll see N1 moving, and we're waiting for N1 to hit 50%. Then I'm going to turn the auxiliary hydraulic pump on, which is here, which should have been off in a starting up condition. And now that we're at 50, I'm going to turn it on as it should be. Notice it says no FADEC, or sorry, NR FADEC. Idle, even though we turned it to flight, but it's not going to show flight until it's at flight speed, obviously. pump 3, 4, and engine main 2. So 3, 4, engine 2 main. Take that to flight. We're going to go ahead and close our safety covers there. Once it gets to 50%, we can disconnect ground power. We don't have ground power. We're not worried about that. Okay, cool. Holding idle. Right now I have my governor turned off, and I have my throttles all the way down. Oh no, look, we're over torquing, and our engines are fucking running nuts off right now. Why? Okay, checks after starting. We're going to continue going through. Pitot heats on, windshield heats on. Pitot heat on, windshield heats on. FMS and the RAs. We're down here, FMS 1, 2, RAs. Why were they on to begin with? They shouldn't be because they're on a toggle button switch. Wild. RA selector normal. Moving that over here to the end for normal. That should be in the middle. We're not testing anything. Rotor brake lever not armed. Get rid of this. Cool. We should be good. The engines should be running at 100% since we're in flight, but for some reason they're not. I'm going to just turn my throttle up to 100 to see if it does anything. No. Turn my governor on to maybe the governor's doing something. No. My rotor RPM's still not where it's supposed to be, even though my torque's at 195%. And the engines are still showing idle, and I have a yellow in our FADEC, which means for some reason our FADEC's not working quite the right way. Autopilot 1 and 2 on, if you want to consider that necessary. Parking brake, nose wheel lock. Nose wheel lock's already off, parking brake off, autopilot. Those are not a thing anymore. You learning anything yet? And now watch. So everything super high end there. Ridiculous amount of torques. And also, rotor RPM's not in the green here. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up, just because we can. And also, you'll see FLI degrading. So, why? I'm just going to pull RIP full collective real quick. There we go. I finally have the correct rotor RPM, and when I lower the collective to establish a hover, my numbers over there seem to stabilize. I guess. 44% torque sounds about right. Go and come back over here and hover just above the ground to see if that changes what our torque setting is. Watch this. I'm going to put it on the ground. Collective all the way down, so lowest pitch. 190% torque again. The hell is going on? What are you? Like, I legitimately lost for words. I've looked at every single button here. I've checked any fuses to see if there's any fuses that are not right. I've checked any of my lights and things up here. Everything is where it should be. Like, I'm pulling power from both sides. No weird icing thing. Nothing to do with fire systems. That's just climate control there. This is just lighting controls over here. Again, the emergency switch doesn't work. I'm legitimately at a loss for words at how bad this is. I don't know. Anyways, it's 12:43. We've already done the Around the World. That was episode 61, and a slight little shenanigan of me just complaining at the end. But thank you everybody for watching. Valeska Southeast, Zorp, Sean, Pee-wee, anybody else who dropped in who didn't say anything, thank you as always. I will see you guys on the next one, and that is a thread. See ya!